Hello, everyone. Nice that you all could come. And for the people that are going to see a rerun of this, I am going to talk more about the recent submarine crash that happened. And also, I'm going to talk about other things as well that you all could talk about with me. Anything y'all like to talk about, like the aliens and different things like that. Alright. Alright, so hello everyone. And a lot has come out about that submarine. It's going viral all over the internet. A lot of people are talking about it on YouTube, and the news is covering it everywhere, and I have some new videos to review, and also I'm doing this again for people that may have missed the other one. And I'm going to check chat. Anybody's here? Alright, so hello Stranded Lifeform. Good to see you. And I'm glad you could make it. So I'm going to put chat over here, and I'm going to switch to the other screen right now. Alright. Here we go. Hello, Sarah. Nice to see everybody. Alright. So, this article. The Titan submariner's stepson reveals he was living a nightmare. As family clung to hope explorers would be rescued before the tragic truth was revealed. While extended family claim they were kept in the dark for days over what happened. So wow, I would definitely think that this makes sense. So basically what's coming out now is that, and this just came out today, that the family of the people that were in the submarine crash, the implosion, they were given, false hope. They were not really given a lot of information, and it also says families of the men on board the Titan had shared their grief about the tragedy, and John Peschal, stepson of Paul Henry Nergale, said banging reports gave hope because they heard some kind of banging under there in the water, as I said yesterday, and as the news said, and they heard some noise with the sonar, and they're not going to always know what some noise is until they go down there and look, because it could be anything in the ocean. So they brought the machines down there at the Titanic wreckage, and that's how they figured out it was the implosion of the submarine. It was in pieces. Remember, some people were saying, like, if, they found it in pieces, you're like, yeah, well, the people obviously died, because down there you can't swim back up. Down there is really bad. You can't, survive that. It would just be very, the pressure is very tight. The stepson of the French explorer who died on the Titan submersible has revealed how the family were living a nightmare while holding on to hope they would be rescued. John Peschal, stepson of Nargale, said the French subpilot was fearless and warm burst of energy, and revealed to the family the devastation. They eventually found out what happened to him. May they all rest in peace. His comments came as relatives told the Mail online how they have been kept in the dark about what happened to the Titan and its occupants. Yeah, I definitely think that there's a situation where they don't always know what's happening. They had to go down and look. That's why they didn't get any news about what was going on. And speaking from his home in Minnesota, Mr. Peschal told the Sky News, "As you can probably imagine, to me, I feel like I've been living a nightmare, just every day. Every bit of info, you hang on to it, from noises to other info, and we were just so hopeful." Now, chat, what do y'all think about this? How about the families, how they felt maybe they weren't told information that they wanted to know. Was it, you think it was because they just didn't have the information yet because they couldn't get down there right away, or what? I would like to know y'all's thoughts about this. And basically, the CEO, the guy that did this expedition, was told by the community that deals with submarines that this thing was not going to work properly. It wasn't, because the thing was built terribly. And they arrogantly went there and had the implosion. And that's why it's good to take risks, and it's good to explore things, but you have to do it correctly. Especially since we have the technology and the knowledge and resources in this situation. And, I really feel condolences for the family. And that's, some of the interview with the guy about his relative. And James Cameron weighed in on it. Exactly. I agree, Stranded Life Form. That's a good point. That basically, as you said, basically saying we don't know is a better answer than blowing smoke. Yes. Yes. That's a good point. And, yeah, Mr. Nargolay, he was a Navy, in the French Navy, and he was very experienced at these things, and he went on the trip. And I studied Titanic since I was young. I always liked studying about the Titanic. And basically, looking how that thing was built, it certainly was not constructed correctly. I really think that it should have been tested out. There should have been more things done about that. And this is a lesson to not, that people need to keep exploring, but to not be so prideful to think that you're gonna jump off a building and live without any kind of safety. It's very silly. I think that it resembles a Titanic tragedy very well. It mirrors a Titanic tragedy. And I'm going to play some videos and some reactions. And as I said, he served, it says right here, in the French Navy for 25 years, the French one. He rose to the rank of Commodore before he retired. Elsewhere, a woman who lost 2 family members in the OceanGate Titan disaster says she also endured the excruciating wait for information. I remember when I was, it was a very bizarre situation. I automatically assumed that it had imploded down there. And, alright, Sarah, take your time. And so, basically, when they're down there and they're getting these signals, and they're not hearing any signals anymore, it had to have imploded, or maybe I thought another thing, that they used a PS4 controller for the steering wheel of the thing, and it was wireless. It wasn't wired in. And it's kind of a silly thing to have, and was made out of cheap stuff. And so that could have malfunctioned, and then the theory was they got lost somewhere down there, and they heard some noises, so the expedition team with their equipment went down there to look, see what's going on. Because we don't really have the technology to remove things that easily from that far deep at 12,500 feet. The rescue was like 1,000 feet for a diver, and this is 12,500 feet, and they were at the bottom of the bow, and the ship was in pieces. And the 19-year-old, so there was a 19-year-old on there with his father, and he was very frightened and terrified to go on this mission, but he wanted to please his father. And as I said, if James Cameron or one of those people that knew what they were doing and had the right equipment to go down there, because James Cameron has been there more than a captain was down there. Somebody that knows what they're doing, the odds of survival would be better, and you could explore it at the same time. I do think the graves of the people, because it's a graveyard, it should be respected, of the people that passed away, because it's a burial ground down there. But still, these people were absolutely ridiculous. the like the CEO to do that, and the CEO's wife, his great great grandparents, were the couple in the Titanic, in the violin scene that were in the flooding room, and the man co-founded Macy's, or he was a co-owner of it, rather, yeah. So it's very creepy that the wife of the CEO, uh, he was married to a lady that's a descendant of people that were on the Titanic. Yeah, and Shaza Daoud, 48, and his 19-year-old son were on board the doomed submersible, the Titan, when it imploded. The wreckage found yesterday suggests the tragedy happened just hours after they went into the water on Sunday. It was very sad, but a tremendous relief to hear that on Sunday it was just the end. They didn't even know, said Amez Daoud, and it's the sister of the Arabian person. They were still just enjoying it. That is the best for them. She told the Daily Mail, yeah, because she's the one that was saying that the nephew was terrified of it, and her brother was very fascinated with it, the Titanic. And my brother was prone to panic attacks. She's saying I didn't know that, and she couldn't stop to think about, she added, saying, glad that Solomon didn't have to live long enough to see his father struggle or feel guilt. Oh, yes. Yeah, the waiver. So basically with the waiver, what happened with that was it had, like, they could have an accident or an injury, and there was death 3 times mentioned. 3 times. And a dude from that, like, did stuff with The Simpsons was going to go on it, but he decided not to because it was too creepy. And yeah, so 3 times it says death in the waiver. And yeah, that's her. And those are the two. They, father and son. The one in the blue tie was 19, and that's the father. And so they were saying how the submersible got signals that there was too much pressure and something was going wrong, and they were actually trying to go back up to the surface, and then it imploded. Perhaps they panicked and did it too quickly, or it was going to happen anyway, and it just imploded. Because the thing was not created right, it was not designed correctly. And I totally think that they should have taken the advice of the people that were experienced with submarines. Since 2018, they were writing them about it, and they were talking about it, how they shouldn't have built it that way. And I think that arrogance caused the downfall, like the Bible says that the prideful end in shame. And that's really true. And yes, and James Cameron was talking about this situation and what happened. And I'll continue with this, and I'll show a video. I'll show the James Cameron talking. I'll go through this a little bit more, and then go to that. And she was found out that the men were missing on Monday evening, and Miss Daoud said the days waiting to discover their fate was excruciating, and you have to have hope, but it's very nasty hope, because if they are alive, they weren't having a good time, they were suffering, they were in fear, they were terrified, waiting, gasping for every breath. And she was particularly upset about the fate of her sweet, precious nephew, Solomon, who was following his father's dream. Solomon didn't have the $2,500,000 or an interest in Titanic, an interest because his father loved it, but his interests were different. And it mirrors the Titanic tragedy because the captain was told that they were going through an ice field, and I'm going to play some testimonies from the Titanic survivors also, and how they were saying that when they were in the lifeboats, they were like in an ice field. There was ice hitting the lifeboats. So, and the captain just went full speed ahead. And the Titanic was not piloted correctly because it was nearly, this is going to sound strange, but I'll explain. The Titanic was nearly indestructible, but the problem with the Titanic is if it's not invincible, it could sink. If it hits something directly, it would just hit 2 flood compartments, and it wouldn't sink, but it would cause a lot of damage to the people in there. But if it scrapes the iceberg and cuts a big gap on the side of it, it's going to do a domino effect. It's going to like filling up a bunch of buckets in a giant trough, and then it just tips over and gets higher and higher, and then it breaks under pressure, and then ship is gone. So yeah, it was more made for a direct hit. It would have been terrible. It would have been catastrophic, but it wouldn't have sunk, most likely. When people debate in the Titanic community all the time about that. But it was designed with different compartments, so if two compartments were breached, the Titanic would still float. 3, it would float. 4, it would float. The 5th one, it wouldn't float. It would just cause a chain reaction and sink it. Yes, exactly, stranded life form. So, of usually with a submarine, I heard like it's hatched down because of the pressure of underwater, and then but these people they bolted it in. Yeah, they're bolted in, so if they surfaced, they couldn't even get out of it. They're talking about if it did surface somewhere, they couldn't even get out because it was bolted in. You know, it's quite insane. It certainly is. And she was she was close to Solomon, and as he was only 5 days younger than her own son, when they would go to the water park in Dubai, people thought the boys were twins. And basically, estranged from most of her family over the past decade, Solomon was one of the few family members to stay in touch, sending messages saying, I miss you like crazy. He always looked at his phone at 11 a.m. on Sunday morning, she says. So he seemed like a pretty cool dude with his family. But the thing here is that, unfortunately, they perished because if you're spending all that money, you got to make sure that the thing is designed and created correctly. Because if it's not formed correctly, and it's a CEO's fault, and he didn't want older white men working on the ship, on the submersible, because he thought it would be more inspiring for other groups of people to deal with it. It's just silly. It's just stupid. Whoever is qualified, regardless of skin color, should do it. And, alright. And she said the men were heroes, and he was obsessed with the Titanic all of his life, and he's become part of its history, and he has access to that dream. I wish that it was Solomon's choice if he wanted to be a legend, she said bitterly. And that's the French one. If at 48 you wanted to do an adventure and risk your life, you can just choose to do that, but he was just 19 years old. Yeah, it's like, and the 19-year-old was saying he was terrified. It's like, that's just terrible. Nothing wrong with taking a risk or exploring. I've done that before. But, you gotta do it properly and take all the precautions you can for your own good. No one wants to die, well, except suicidal people, but basically most people don't want to die, I believe. And James Cameron was saying how the Titanic wreckage is just very dangerous and difficult to navigate. Yeah, so it says the CEO, he was warned about this. Yeah, and he clearly thought it was no big deal to take his son. The disclaimer mentions that, okay, so now stranded life form, they're talking about the waiver. So the disclaimer, the waiver, mentions a chance of death 3 times on the first page, she added. You do what you like. You do what you like, but if you talk about a child, you have to be really sure to ask your child. Miss Dawood said she is shocked that the company would take a child so young. Yeah, I agree with you. He did do that because they don't want to figure out that they were wrong. Because people don't want to accept that they're wrong, and they get insecure about it, so that's why he acted that way. There needs to be some kind of rule or something about this, because people have to do it properly. And she was saying how she's shocked that the company would take a child so young. His age would have been on the paperwork. You need to be 21 to have a drink in America, she said. And he was just 19, just starting university. He is trusting child whose father said it was good, and his father trusted the company. You see, it's a chain reaction of nonsense. It's so silly, to do this, because you're hurting the family. There's people that are going to be alive that are going to be hurt by this. Everybody's going to die one day. And people should do what they love and take risks. But it's counterintuitive, in my opinion, to just blow it off over like that, to be silly like that. It was the only, and she was saying that the two more siblings grew up in Pakistan, which a 1958 film about the Titanic Night to Remember. It was the only videotape we owned, and we would watch it almost every afternoon, she said. The film led to obsession with Titanic for brother Shahzada. And he had an appetite for high-risk travel and planning to travel to space. So the dude that took his son was going to travel to space. And she said of her billionaire brother, and he was a conservative, gentle, balanced, level-headed man, but sometimes he would do things that were tremendously out there, she says. And he had taken his whole family, on a trip to Antarctica. While there, the father and the son complimented a deep dive, and his parents were also supposedly to go, but dropped out when they discovered how strenuous it would be. A lot of people had to suffer for this man's adventurous spirit. The whole world paid a price. That's one of the other people that died on the dive. And that's the CEO. And wow, this is saying one of the other family members of the Ocean Gate tragedy says how they would have been celebrating their birthday tomorrow. So it was almost their birthday. And they died before the birthday. Hey, SC Wolverines, good to see you. I'm going over something new that came up. And I'll continue. Almost to the James Cameron video I'm going to show. I'm going to show a couple of different things on this. We're going to have a lot of things coming up. Let's see. Here. Alright. So, the Tycoon hit the headlines this week as he was named as one of the 5 men who had paid a huge sum to each board the submersible and visit the graveyard of Titanic, 16,000 feet below the sea level. Yeah, so he would have been 59 years old on Saturday. He would have been 59 years old. Mr. Harling's cousin, Kathleen, says at her home in Twyford, Berkshire, the emergency response was definitely not fast enough at all. The hours that were lost before the alarm was raised were at great cost. It was handled badly, she thinks, and there should have been a lot of better communication than there was, she observed. There is a big difference in your distress. If you need help immediately, you wouldn't all the hours that you have left of oxygen and they tick by. Right. So, it really sucks for these families. And do you all think that the people were lied to by OceanGate and they were somehow able to convince them that they were safe, that they knew what they were doing? Or maybe, now, the French one should have known about the submarine. I just think it's bizarre that they went on it in spite that it wasn't really an equipped machine to do this. And it did go to Titanic, but it wore and tore. I'd like to hear y'all's thoughts about that. And hello, Cyberchick. Good to see you. Glad you could come. And now we knew it likely imploded on the descent. It was really the best outcome. They would have not known it was coming. In a way, it is best way to go. As he didn't know it was happening, it's really the best way to go, isn't it? Being killed and knowing nothing about it is the question. It's quite poignant that tomorrow would have been his birthday. His father died in June, and her father died in June too. Wow. It's going to be especially hard for his family. Hamish was devoted father and the two sons. Gillis, Roy, who were taking the most important exams of their lives at the moment. His eldest is sitting a level, and the youngest is doing GCSEs. Yeah, howdy everyone. Glad you all could be here. I'm just reviewing what just came out today about the responses from the people that, the families of the people that died in the crash, in the implosion. And she said that as a boy, he had bright blonde hair and sparkling blue eyes, and he always had a keen sense of adventure. And she said adventure was very important to him from a young age until about 8 years old. He was this blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. He was real apple of his mother's eye. And well, as an only child, I had like blonde red hair when I was little. And when the daughter was younger, she loved the roller coasters, the adventures, and Hamish flew her over to America and took her to the Six Flags theme park. There is a Six Flags theme park that was in New Orleans, but Katrina had it shut down. It's a cool place. And so one of the people they studied at engineering, chemical engineering at Cambridge University, and was also one of the 5 people to go into space brand new in 2022. That's interesting. And was very important. Yes, I read that. And Miss Concassent added that she had not been told anything about the tragic news and only learned her cousin's fate after listening to the television news. Wow. This is really irresponsible for this company for doing this. You know, how they led all these people astray for profit like this. And they're overconfident about it. And she said she didn't mind finding out about it in news organizations as the situation was an emergency. Not everybody could contact, although she was heartbroken that Hamish could not be saved. She added, she died along to do what he loved, and right, that's a good point. And that's what his family have said it's to do, and they all agreed. And yeah, so that was basically testimonies from the families of the people that died, how the relatives that died on this terrible accident. And I'm going to play this thing from James Cameron again. Let's see. Alright. So I'm about to play what James Cameron said, and I played this yesterday, like SC Wolverines was here. And I'm going to play it again. Alright. And I'm going to go play these different ones about what he said. Alright. Okay, I'm going to... here we go.
Speaking of James Cameron, another person closely familiar with the Titanic is the director, James Cameron himself, along with his Oscar-winning movie. Mr. Cameron, I understand you've made a number of dives to the wreckage site, too. Just give us your sense on what you're feeling right now, looking at these images of the shipwreck that you studied so closely, and now hearing that another tragedy has been tied to the same area.
Well, I've been down there many times, and I know the wreck site very well, as does my friend Bob Ballard. I've made 33 dives. I actually calculated that I've spent more time on the ship than the captain did back in the day. And of course, as a submersible designer myself, I designed and built a sub to go to the deepest place in the ocean, 3 times deeper than Titanic. So I understand the engineering problems associated with building this type of type of vehicle and all the safety protocols that you have to go through. And I think that what Bob said, because I was watching, is absolutely critical for people to really get the take home message from this, from our effort here, is deep submergence diving is a mature art. From the early 60s, where there were a few accidents, nobody was killed in the deep submergence, until now, is more time than between Kitty Hawk and the flight of the first 747. So if we haven't improved over that period of time, we have improved drastically over that period of time, and the certification protocols that all other deep submergence vehicles, except this one, that carry passengers, especially paying passengers, all over the world in tropical waters, deep coral reefs, other wreck sites, and so on. The safety record is the gold standard, absolutely. Not only no fatalities, but no major incidents requiring all of these assets to converge to a site. Of course, that's the nightmare that we've all lived with, since all of us entered this field of deep exploration. We live with it in the back of our minds. But because implosion, as Bob described it, such a violent event, is first and foremost in our minds. The pressure boundary, which is what they call the hull of the sub, that the people go inside, is obviously first and foremost in our minds as engineers. And we spend so much time and energy on that. And we use all the computerized tools available today, finite element analysis. We worked on our sphere for our deep vehicle that went to the Challenger Deep for over 3 years, just in the computer, before we even made the thing. And then, of course, we pressure tested it over and over and over, and so on. So, this is a mature art, and many people in the community were very concerned about this sub, and a number of the top players in the deep submergence engineering community even wrote letters to the company saying that what they were doing was too experimental to carry passengers and that needed to be certified, and so on. So I'm struck by the similarity of the Titanic disaster itself, where the captain was repeatedly warned about ice ahead of his ship, and yet he steamed at full speed into an ice field on a moonless night, and many people died as a result. And for a very similar tragedy where warnings went unheeded to take place at the same exact site, with all the diving that's going on all around the world, I think it's just astonishing. It's really quite surreal. And of course, P.H. Nargeolet, the French legendary submersible dive pilot, a friend of mine. It's a very small community. I've known PH for 25 years. For him to have died tragically in this way is almost impossible for me to process.
It is certainly haunting to consider that comparison to the Titanic and what happened to the 5 people on board this submersible vehicle. James, I want to ask you, though, since you've been down on these dive missions before, we talked about the safety risks. We've reported on the fact that the people on board signed waivers. They knew that this was dangerous and that there weren't very many other vehicles that could come get them out if something goes wrong. How aware were you of those concerns and those risks before you went down? And is there anything that...
With a very proven system, when I dove at Titanic with the Russian submersibles, they used very, very well understood design methodologies, and they had an excellent operating record when I dove with them, and they continued to have it's a twisted mess. You can get entangled, and entanglement was always a concern of ours, but we dove with a 2-sub system. We always felt confident that if one of the subs got ensnared, you'd still have communication, you'd still have life support, you'd still have power, you'd have another sub there that could help you manage the problem. We always felt that we were on pretty safe ground. This sub had no backup. It didn't have
All right. let's see, maybe some connection. The weather is kind of bad outside. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, y'all keep me posted about the connection. Alright. Okay. See if this works. Yeah, so basically, it's good that he's explaining, like, what he is. Okay, thank you, Stranded Lifeform. He went there, and he was saying how. Yes, blame it on the alien. Yes, yes, I like that. That's true. And so basically, James Cameron's very informed about this, and these people simply didn't listen to common sense. And that caused the downfall of the submersible, because you can go and explore, just do it the correct way.
Still have communication, you'd still have life support, you'd still have power, you'd have another sub there that could help you manage the problem. We always felt that we were on pretty safe ground. This sub had no backup. It didn't have a lot of backup systems, from what I understand, and it was predicated on what I think of as a fundamentally flawed design principle, which is a carbon fiber hull. Which, when I first heard about a move toward composite hulls, and this was many years ago, even when I was designing my sub, there was another sub that was in competition with us to get to the Challenger Deep, that was operated by a guy named Chris Welsh for Richard Branson, and they had a composite hull, and I told those guys, I said, somebody's going to get killed in that sub or in a sub like it, and the DNA of the Ocean Gate sub was in that sub at the time. 2 hemispherical end caps and a carbon fiber cylinder in the center. And I never believed in that, because the way it fails is it delaminates, because you have to have a hull, a pressure hull made out of a contiguous material like steel, or like titanium, which is the proven standard, or like acrylic. I have a small equity stake in I think one of the best submersible companies in the world, Triton Submersibles, and they use acrylic for their hulls. But once again, it's a contiguous material, so you can do computer modeling to see how it'll behave. But this Ocean Gate sub had sensors on the inside of the hull to give them a warning when it was starting to crack. And I think if that's your idea of safety, then you're doing it wrong. You don't, and they probably had warning that their hull was starting to delaminate and starting to crack. Because as Bob pointed out, it's our belief, we understand from inside the community, that they had dropped their ascent weights and they were coming up trying to manage an emergency.
And to your point, a warning only goes so far when you have the ability to get back to the surface, or there's a backup vehicle there to come help you out of a bad situation. James Cameron, thank you so much for your time. I would like to bring Bob Ballard back in while we still have him on the line here, because Bob, I understand the wreckage of the Titanic here, it's not going to last forever. What more can we learn, should we learn about that shipwreck, and what can we do as we continue to explore this space in the ocean?
Well, the Titanic's bow went deep in. The anchor you were just showing is almost touching the sediment, so it went far in. And what we've learned about the deep sea is, as soon as you go in a couple centimeters, it's anoxic. So when we were down, we could literally scrape away the mud, and you see a brand new hull. So the Titanic's bow is literally being held together by the fact that it's deep into the mud. And we all have different views. I think the Titanic, the main hull and those main pieces will be there.
Right, Stranded Lifeform. And hello, Anthony. Hello, everyone. Glad everybody's here. And basically, with this, when you hear a crack, it's over with. Like, they were trying to get out of there, and it was over with. It's absolutely absurd, what was going on. You're right, it does. You know, that's what I was saying the other night. It looks like a water heater. Like, it's absolutely insane that basically, you know, it's like a water heater. It's like they got a can and they just taped it together and we're like, yeah. And now I'm going to show another clip. This is something new from today.
Ocean Gate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing.
All right. Let's see. So, here we go. This is another one. So they're going to talk more about it in this video.
It was steered by a PlayStation controller, using components bought from Camping World, and there were questions about its safety rating.
Just seemed a bit shoddy.
Ocean Gate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing.
This is really focused on one thing, and that's the pressure vessel, and making sure that component, which is clearly the most critical component of the sub, is safe.
But 5 Titanic tourists paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to descend 12,500 feet in the Titan submarine. Now the remains of the sub have been found, and questions are being asked by experts who raised safety concerns about the Ocean Gate vessel were apparently ignored. One of the engineers was fired after voicing his concerns. One man refused to ride the sub after seeing how it was built, and one man who actually did ride it described his voyage to a newspaper as suicide. These are all the potential concerns that could have led to disaster.
I think for me, my favorite thing about traveling is just like living.
OceanGate, the company which owned the sub, said on its website that it was a mixture of bespoke engineering and off-the-shelf parts. They said this made the sub easy to fix, but the decision to use these components has now been called into question. David Pogue, a reporter who took a ride on the sub last year, reported it used lighting and handles bought from Camping World, and rusted scaffolding was used as ballast.
You get there, and then you start seeing this stuff, and now you're...
Exactly, chat. Facts, Anthony. Facts. Exactly. And yeah, Stranded Lifeform. This thing was like taped together. It was made like a prototype. It's like a prototype they used, but it's not. It was supposed to be the real thing. And like what SC Wolverines was saying, it's about how they wanted to save it for candy and merch and stuff. Made in China, and blame the aliens. Right here, right. And yeah, it was a disaster from the beginning. And I studied about the Titanic and stuff, and I can tell, like, this thing was not made right. Well, yeah, well, I'm glad that you understand that, and Stranded Lifeforms, that the grave apocalypse, the mayhem and pandemonium of the situation before it even happened.
Your mood crashes and you get a little worried. Like, is this the level of polish and sophistication we're talking about?
A previous passenger described how to release the ballast. Passengers all had to move to one side of the vessel. Mr. Pogue described the craft.
This thing sounds very awkward, and if people that don't like tight spaces are claustrophobic, it has to be like a hell. Like, this thing is like it's like being in a giant water heater. It's like if I got the water heater and took everybody down there, that's basically what this thing is. Yeah, SC Wolverines, yeah. Yeah. All right.
As jerry-rigged, MacGyvered, and said a lot of the parts were less sophisticated than he expected, like the knockoff PlayStation controller used for steering. When Mr. Pogue challenged owner Stockton Rush over this, the OceanGate CEO is said to have hit back, saying the pressurized container where the passengers sit was state-of-the-art. made of carbon fiber and titanium, he claimed that NASA, Boeing, and Washington University had assisted in the design.
Oh, that's interesting information from your coworker. And that makes sense. I mean, the way I played a PlayStation with my black friends down the street when they before they moved out. So basically, like I played the PS4 before. I had some good times with my friends during sleepovers and stuff. Good memories. And yeah, that thing looks weird. It doesn't look like a real PS4 controller. I mean, they made this thing as cheap as possible, and you get what you pay for. Like, yeah, I like money. I like making money. Everybody likes making money. I've done business things before and stuff, but you want to make sure you have something that's going to work right. I believe live every day as if it was the last day of your life. Do what you love to do. You're going to die anyway, but if you can do something very safely and do it the correct way, do it the correct way, in my opinion. But yeah, so this thing was terribly made. And yes, amen, SC Wolverines. May Jesus have mercy.
Mr. Rush said that all of the other components could fail, and the sub would still be safe, but he did admit on the Unsung Science podcast that his biggest fear was getting stuck and being unable to surface. Fears had been raised about the communications at least once before, after Titan went missing while Mr. Pogue was taking his voyage. The sub stopped responding to its support ship, got lost, was unable to find the Titanic wreck, and then went missing for 5 hours afterwards. Mr. Pogue said that there was talk at the time of adding an emergency beacon to the sub, but it seems this didn't happen. The sub is constantly plagued by mechanical problems, he added in TV interviews after the tragedy. The Titan operated in international waters, meaning it was outside the remit of government agencies. Mr. Pogue had to sign a waiver before getting on board, which said that the craft was experimental and had not been approved by any regulator.
The nerve of these people. You see the nerve of these people? And like what Anthony was saying was hilarious about, wow, it's free, lol, yeah. Like if you're going to jump out of an airplane, go and jump out of an airplane and have a parachute. Or like there's this, contraption that you could use that you could, it's like a fan, you sit in a thing, there's like a fan behind you and you can fly up in the sky. But you have to do everything properly. So what do y'all think about how they knew this was an experimental thing and they went on it anyway? I'd like to know y'all thoughts about that. How it just, it's like they knew it was experimental. Death is mentioned 3 times. And they're like, all right, let's go. If someone's life was in danger, that would be good for people to do that, to go save somebody's life or something. But this was just could have been avoided, in my opinion. Exactly, Essie, because with the no law, because there is no way for the government to regulate it or some kind of law against this. And this is the problem. This is why there needs to be something done in these kind of situations to make sure everybody's safe. Like, the Ocean Gate is just terrible. It's just like the captain of the Titanic. They thought the ship was unsinkable. In theory, if it's piloted correctly, it has a very low chance of sinking, but it doesn't mean it's invincible, though. This thing wasn't even a Titanic. This thing was like, as I said, it's like taking this bottle and just going underwater with it, and then like put some duct tape on it. It's absolutely nonsense. Yeah, they are crazy. I agree, Essie. They are crazy.
OceanGate said the sub could not be classified.
I mean, look at this thing. It's a hot water heater that could. This is the hot water heater that could. We got, a dome on top of it. It looks like a nuclear bomb that was made as a hobby. It looks like a prototype. I mean, the way it's designed, I mean, the fin at the way in the back, like that's gonna tilt up and down. That's gonna, especially with pressure and stuff. This thing, like there was never a problem like this before, and I just don't understand how they were warned and they were warned and they were warned by professionals, like, and they don't do it. And at the same time, I do believe it's good to respect the people that died in the Titanic, and it's a grave site, but people could still explore it and research it. There's no problem with that. But still, it's like, this is pure arrogance. Exactly. Yes, I totally agree, Anthony. That's a great point. This thing did make it the Titanic successfully. It did, actually. And I really think that it's absolutely absurd that they didn't check it because it wore and tore. Like, this thing did make it, but it wore and tore. Amen, Anthony. And yes, may they all rest in peace. This is very tragic. And yes, Stranded Life Form. I totally agree that the people, maybe they didn't read the fine print. That's a good point. That's possible because now in these days, people may not be doing that. That's absolutely true.
Because it used technology that was so new, it fell outside existing industry paradigms. Getting certification for the sub, the company said, would be a multi-year process that was unnecessarily slow because of a lack of pre-existing standards. OceanGate said the approval process was anathema to rapid innovation. By itself, the company argued, classification is not sufficient to ensure safety. CEO Stockton Rush was skeptical of safety standards, telling the Smithsonian that laws governing undersea craft needlessly prioritized passenger safety over innovation. Titan was not his first sub made in this fashion, but it was the first designed to handle tourists. As well as exploring the Titanic, he planned to venture to thermal vents and undersea battlegrounds. Mr. Rush described the submarine industry as obscenely safe.
Functional, non-alcoholic spirits designed to calm,
saying there hadn't been an accident in 35 years. But the industry also hasn't grown or innovated.
That's what I was thinking, too, Anthony. Definitely.
Because of all the regulations, he added. If you want to be safe, he told CBS News just last year, don't get out of bed. While Mr. Rush may have dismissed the danger in what he was doing, others did not, and raised concerns for years before Titan disappeared. David Lockridge, who was hired by Mr. Rush to work on the sub, was embroiled in a lawsuit with OceanGate in 2018 after being sacked. The company accused the former Royal Navy Marine engineer of trying to get fired after he penned a report criticizing their safety standards.
Trying to get fired. That's... And saying don't get out of bed. You see, that's what you call a strawman argument. And, hey, Rebel. Glad you came. I'm glad you came here, man. We're just reviewing about the Titan sub incident. And basically what happened was, yeah, the guy was concerned about the safety of the submarine. That is actually, what's going on here. Like, the safety of it. Like, and they didn't like being criticized because many experts came and said how it wasn't safe and it was a mistake to do that, and they just didn't heed any warnings. It's absolutely absurd.
According to court documents, Mr. Lockridge had raised concerns over the integrity of the sub's hull, its viewing window, which was only certified to 4,000 feet, not the 13,000 feet it would be diving to, and flammable materials on board. He had urged OceanGate to get the craft certified and warned they would be otherwise subjecting passengers to extreme danger.
Depths of the Titanic ruins. Where
Wrong one. Okay. Right.
So let's quickly go.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's an analyst about what could have gone wrong after that one, and that's the wrong window. Wrong window. I have to go here. Okay, so... Alright, chat, hold on. Alright, now I'm back. Alright, let's see what Cyberchick says. So imagine this. Going from the watery depths of the ocean and to the fiery depths of hell. Wow. The Ocean Gate became Hell's Gate. Yeah. Was anyone who perished ready to meet their maker? Yeah, exactly. God clearly sent a message. Yeah, I agree, Cyberchick. I agree totally. And, you know, I was thinking that too. I really think that it's best that these people can, you know, before they die, they get right with God. And basically, I think it's absolutely insane that these people just didn't use the right precautions. And so there is these noises underwater that they heard with the sonar, but they don't always know what the noises are. So they're going to have to go and make sure that it's there. So they had to take a camera and go down there and see what it is. And, so yeah, Evil was trying to get fired funny, but he got fired right after he submitted his report, and he was hired to do. Yeah, exactly. A Stranded Life Form. It's a very shady company, and if you're going to build a sub, you have to have a factor in the pressure for every part of the sub and every inch, and the shape is accordingly. It is too weak. Point. All it would take. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because this thing, I could tell the way it was designed because I love Titanic and I studied it since I was very young. It's basically very, like, you got to build these things a certain way. It's to be shaped a certain way. And I could just tell by looking at it, it wasn't shaped right. Absolutely.
And he was not the only one. A letter sent to Mr. Rush from leaders in the submersible industry around the same time warned that his experimental approach was risking accidents that could be catastrophic.
There are only 10 vehicles in the whole world that can go 4,000 meters or deeper, and all of them are certified except the Titan.
Chris Brown was one of OceanGate's early customers and bought a ticket for £80,000 after having a few beers with a friend who knew about it. But when Brown began asking questions, he quickly decided the voyage wasn't worth the risk.
Parts of the submarine that I'd seen in the testing in the Bahamas just seemed a bit shoddy. They're using industrial piping for ballast. They're using an Xbox controller for the steering. The strip lightings, something you get at a DIY shop.
The sub was beset by delays and technical issues, and when Mr. Brown finally got to inspect it, he came away with the impression that designers had been cutting corners.
But what really did it for me was they flatly refused to get any form of certification.
Arthur Lobel, a German man who did take a voyage on the Titan, described it to build as a suicide mission and said he was lucky to survive. At first, Lobel said, the submersible didn't work. Then the dive had to be abandoned when a part fell off and was reattached with zip ties. And finally, it was hit by electrical issues.
I was nervous that we have to go back because we got some problems like in the other dives with the battery systems.
Even Paul-Henri Nargolet, perhaps the world's most experienced Titanic explorer, had doubts. In an interview with me...
Yeah, because I would certainly think like this, the French dude, that it's like he shouldn't have gone on it. He should have known better not to go on this thing. You know, he was experienced and he knew James Cameron. LOL, I see Wolverines.
In his home country of France, he admitted that he did not trust the submersible's composite material design.
Alright. And on June 22nd, 2023, debris from the Titan submersible was found 500 yards from the Titanic wreck. Experts say it likely suffered a catastrophic implosion, and there's this other video. Let's see.
And now let's take up
This
the
thing
story
went
from
to a different window, and
Titanic.
I didn't do that. And that was me to do that, because I was going to review some things in the Titanic survivors, but that'll be in a little bit. Alright, let's see. Alright, so the OceanGate Titan analysts this is an analyst about the failure of the Titan. Is another analyst. I'm going to react to this video. You're welcome, Stranded Lifeform. Alright. Now we're going to review this about the technical stuff about the Titan's failure.
This isn't really the kind of video I created this channel for. It was more for documenting my electronics projects. However, I do quite enjoy discussing current affairs here in the rare cases I feel I have relevant subject knowledge. The only other time I did this was my Ukraine video last year, and that's my most viewed video. This particular story is one where I feel I have some subject knowledge in almost every element of it. So let's quickly go through my credentials. My previous career was as an engineer in the oil and gas industry. The biggest aspect of this was creating and implementing procedures for testing pressure vessels in harsh environments, i.e. oil wells. I also worked closely with ROVs, that's remote operated subsea vehicles, and with saturation divers, and was based on offshore installations for part of the role, and that included dive support vessels. My last job was working for the British Geological Survey. I was part of a task group for designing a low-cost subsea sampling system. Admittedly, most of this task consisted of me disappointing others by explaining to robotics engineers how expensive the project would be. Interestingly, the design spec for that was for 4 kilometres depth, which is about the depth the Titanic's at. I also worked with data from the 5 Deeps expedition, so I'm surprisingly familiar with DSVs, and that's deep submergence vehicles, of which the Titan was one of them. I also have a fair amount of experience scuba diving, and was involved in an incident which has echoes of the incident discussed here, and we'll get to that later. I think it's very important to establish I'm not a leading expert on any of the elements of this incident, but I have knowledge and experience of most aspects of it. Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate, was not stupid, well, not academically so anyway. He shares some similarities with me. We both have engineering degrees, we both wanted to be pilots at some point, although I went off the idea before I graduated, and we both got into subsea exploration subsequently. I believe we share very little in common personality-wise though. Unlike other videos I've made, I'm not going to be making my usual dark humour jokes and memes and that kind of thing. I think the message here is stark and important enough for that to be left out. I could discuss this incident at length, but I need to maintain some kind of brevity. There are numerous potential contributory factors to this incident. I cannot cover them all, so I aim to cover those that are not necessarily apparently obvious or have been widely misreported on. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt where possible. For example, when OceanGate state the DSV had 96 hours of life support, I'm assuming they shut 5 individuals in for 96 hours to verify that. My sources are in the description, and any statements about the craft design and operating procedures come directly from OceanGate. To start with, I'd like to briefly describe a project I was involved in when I worked in the offshore industry. Subsea blowout preventers are part of the line of defence to keep hydrocarbons from reaching the surface during drilling of an oil or gas well. They consist of a hefty stack of hydraulically operated valves which can close around the pipe, and as a last resort, a blind shear ram which can cut the pipe and seal the well in. They're expensive, difficult to operate and transport, and rarely even fail at their job. I was part of a group that designed a revolutionary new BOP, that's blowout preventer, that contained a titanium carbide blind shear ram. This was so strong and so well engineered it was capable of rams. We decided it was unnecessary to certify this new design as we demonstrated the blind shear arm as incredibly reliable.
You see, like, when you have these machines and these things, it's very important to have it certified. So, like, what he's saying is, like, they thought maybe to not have it certified, but they're saying the importance of it being certified. LOL SC Wolverines.
The other arms could be considered as non-essential. We could always fall back on the blind shear arm, whatever happened. Okay, so that story was completely made up. I won't do that again, but I'm trying to make a stark point here. Blowout preventers do exist, they are expensive, that's where the truth ends with that story. The fictional low-cost blowout preventer I just described would be incredibly dangerous. What I want to get across here is it can be surprisingly easy to convince someone with little domain knowledge that something is significantly safer than it actually is. Viewers may have seen the CBS video where the reporter reads through the safety disclaimer from OceanGate. We've all signed off on disclaimers like that, it's just paperwork. A passionate CEO and some self-convincing in this case was clearly enough to convince paying customers that this DSV was as safe as you might have perceived my titanium carbide blowout preventers were. And I would like to point out the reporter's not at fault here. A classic case study for risk miscommunication would be the Challenger shuttle disaster. I won't go into detail here, but the widely quoted figure is that senior management believed the failure rate was about 1 in 10,000, while most of the engineering team believed it was around 1 in 100, which actually...
Do y'all remember when this incident happened? When they were going into space and it exploded? Do y'all remember that?
turned out to be the true failure rate. One of the many reasons for certification of life-critical systems is to remove the potential for this disparity. We need a third party of experts with no stake in the actual operation. From this point on, we'll discuss technical aspects with which I have personal experience. Stockton stated in an interview that while some aspects may look improvised, the pressure vessel is solid. We'll come back to the first half of that statement later, but I have significant doubts that the pressure vessel was suitable for this application. It's important to appreciate that for atmospheric diving, there's no wiggle room in pressure vessels. They either fail or they do not. There's no such thing as a slow leak in a DSV. This DSV consisted of a carbon fibre composite tube with two hemispherical titanium end caps, one of which contained a viewport. There are reports that this viewport was only certified to 1,300 metres of depth, with the DSV regularly diving to 4,000. This particular point is so egregious I'm not going to go into it here. If this actually turns out to be the case, we could almost stop the video right now. No domain knowledge required. But let's just assume that those admittedly pretty credible reports are erroneous. I'd like to talk about carbon fibre composite. Most pressure vessels I've worked with, and most pressure vessels in the world, are metal, usually steel. Steel and titanium is ideally homogeneous and isotropic if manufactured correctly. That means it's consistent throughout and has equal strength in all directions. It means if we can adequately test the quality of the material, we can be confident when and how it will fail under pressure. Here's a typical failure curve for steel, though titanium behaves quite similarly. Stress, think of it as force applied, is on this axis, and strain, think of elongation, is on this axis. This section is the elastic deformation regime. If we limit the stress to this section only, the material will recover and not fail. For a metal pressure vessel, we can always ensure we remain in this elastic deformation section by doing the following. We test our pressure vessel to some pressure above the design limit but below this yield point. We physically inspect the material. For metal vessels, ultrasound inspection can reliably detect defects which would cause a premature failure. Monitoring the strain on the vessel using strain gauges or other means. This isn't always necessary, but it's easy and sometimes appropriate, considering that the strain...
Right, and basically, like, what he's saying is about the different stress levels and stuff. How, when they're going and designing these things, and when they're putting this stuff together, they do these different things to test it out, and they build it with certain metals, and that this submarine didn't do any of those things, you know, when they're building it. You saw them putting it together. It's like, this thing was really stupid. It's like they have a remote control that's wireless. They have all these silly things put together. It's absolutely absurd. Yeah, floaties in the pool. Yeah, so it's like you put these things around your arms and you just kind of float there and chill. That's what that is.
in that vessel is proportional to the stress. Crucially, repeated stress cycles can introduce defects, so we must test with the necessary regularity. I do have to admit I'm apprehensive at the concept of a carbon fibre compressive pressure vessel. Carbon fibre composite consists of woven fibres bonded by epoxy. It's very difficult word to say, inhomogeneous, and therefore much more difficult to inspect, and subject to more numerous failure modes. OceanGate's defence was that they had an acoustic and strain monitoring system in place on the hull. I remain far from convinced here. As we discussed, strain monitoring is of little use if we don't know the ultimate stress of the material. We can only really confidently know what the ultimate stress is if we know the material is free of significant defects. Stockton stated it's impossible to test for such defects. Now, my knowledge of carbon fibre composite is quite limited for this application, but that statement is untrue. Here is a testing service offered for bikes, and I'm not here to disparage bikes. A front fork failure on a mountain bike could absolutely be fatal. X-ray testing seems to be the gold standard. If no suitable test rig was available, the only viable approach in OceanGate's case would be to commission one. If that was not possible, carbon fibre composite is not an ideal material and we don't use it. I'm not saying a carbon fibre composite DSV is not possible safely, but I'm confident a significant amount of effort is required to ascertain the integrity of such a vessel. I see little evidence that OceanGate made this effort.
You see, the OceanGate people didn't make an effort to make their thing safe. So this engineer is saying how they did not put it together right, and we all knew that, and they're just kind of going into detail about it. Hey, Dark Meta, glad you could come by. Where aliens are looking at the technical stuff about this submarine. All right.
To understand whether a construction is safe would require extensive knowledge of failure modes, test regimes, and fatigue effects. This would be at least a PhD level of knowledge. This is another reason certification exists. It's not just a catch-all excuse. It ensures a trusted third party with that knowledge has applied it. Perhaps of even more concern to me is the interface between the carbon fibre composite and the titanium end caps. Interfacing different materials is always a challenge. Every other DSV in existence has a pressure vessel consisting of a metal sphere which does have viewports. OceanGate posted this video that shows the titanium sealing rings being installed onto the carbon fibre composite with epoxy resin. As far as I'm aware, this is probably the only viable option to do so, but I'm far from convinced it's suitable for the following reasons. I'm assuming this resin has some suitable level of compliance. Regardless, it's subject to differential strain between the two materials. This is likely to introduce cracks or defects. Not necessarily a critical issue if properly identified and managed. But I see no evidence of inspection of this interface, for example by X-rays. Stockton has previously quoted that is impossible. A visual inspection is clearly...
You see how the way they built this thing, there would be cracks, there would be errors, like Anthony in chat we were saying. So he's confirming our theories and what obviously happened, that the way it was constructed and the materials and things they used caused the downfall of the machine, of the submersible. And yeah, hey, yeah, we don't have fins and all that stuff and gills. We would have had gills right here. And I wonder, I think, so, chat, what are your thoughts about why do you think these people did not go through the correct steps to build it? Were they cheap? Were they overconfident? I'd like to know, although we don't know for sure, like, why didn't they just do it correctly, or asking it an advice from people? Rosy resin. See, all right, I'll go look that up real quick. And speaking of pools, I like pools. I think pools are cool. When I was little, I went to the summer camp, and yeah, so yeah, the resin, it has to do with, it's like Gorilla Glue. Epoxy is like Gorilla Glue. Yeah, cheap. Yeah, very cheap. Like Mr. Krabs built the Mr. Krabs is a character from SpongeBob, and he was very cheap. Yeah, he basically built this thing. All right, cheap.
And I absolutely would not trust my life to an unexpected seal. Post this video that shows the titanium sealing rings being installed onto the carbon fiber composite with epoxy resin.
Okay, I see, because that's what he was saying, because I knew it came from here. I just want to make sure and look at it again. Oh my goodness. They use epoxy? I can't stand the nerve. I cannot stand the nerve of Ocean Gate. And I think this is just... This is cringe.
As far as I'm aware, this is probably the only viable option to do so, but I'm far from convinced it's suitable for the following reasons. I'm assuming this resin has some suitable level of compliance. Regardless, it's subject to differential strain between the two materials. This is likely to introduce cracks or defects, not necessarily a critical issue if properly identified and managed. But I see no evidence of inspection of this interface, for example by X-rays. Stockton has previously quoted that is impossible. A visual inspection is clearly impossible, and I absolutely would not trust my life to an uninspectable seal. An uninspectable seal. For such a critical installation, I'd expect a dust-free environment, maybe even temperature controlled, with stringent handling procedures and a vacuum degasser for the resin. I see none of that in this video. It was performed in an open warehouse. Stockton has clearly stated his philosophy of, as long as the pressure vessel is secure and we can ascend, we are safe. Both of these points may be true. We've just covered as long as the pressure vessel is secure, but I think a lot of observers don't realise how many conditions as long as we can ascend depends on. To understand this, I'd like to briefly discuss an incident I was involved in. A few years ago, during a scuba dive, I had an uncontrolled ascent to surface. It was from 18 metres depth, so I was extremely unlikely to have suffered any serious injury.
I know, it's like, them saying they made it out of carbon fiber is absolutely insane. I do agree with you, Dark Meta. Yeah, because it's like, I don't know why they couldn't have consulted Cameron about that, because, like, he went down there perfectly fine. You know, like, they could have done it, and they could have been alive. Like, you get what you pay for. You gotta be careful, like, what you pay for. My skin's blue right now. And, like, you gotta be careful, like, you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. Yeah, the idiot did kill them all, like Captain Smith, that said the ship's unsinkable.
I beat myself up over it for a long time afterwards. That is because I made a seemingly unrelated mistake that led to the incident. When buying my gear, I went with an expensive regulator, dry suit, and BCD, that's buoyancy control device. My thinking was that these elements were my direct life support, and I wanted to minimise the chance of them failing. While I was only qualified to dive shallow depths, I decided to cheap out on my fins. After all, they're just fins. I can't get hurt if they don't perform well, right? They'd just be an inconvenience. It turned out that on me, the fins were very slightly positively buoyant. They floated ever so slightly. It was irritating, but not a huge deal. I decided I'd get some better ones soon. In the meantime, I went on a training dive. During that dive, while my buddy was deploying a surface float, my cheap fins started pulling my feet up in the current. Not a huge deal. As I sort of struggled to get my feet back down, my buddy grabbed me to give me a hand. He accidentally grabbed my integrated weights, which is also another non-standard setup, by the way. My weights came out in his hand and I shot up to the surface. Both of us were fine due to a combination of good training and action from the rest of the team. Neither of us had any injuries whatsoever. My non-safety critical fins, in inverted commas, non-safety critical.
And another thing you gotta understand is they're going down 12,500 feet. Like, you're going down really deep in there. That's the thing. And you're using, like, some car fender stuff to go down there. It's absurd.
Fins had directly caused a serious incident. The lesson here is that in a harsh environment, almost everything can become safety critical. There are a number of obvious examples on the Titan, but I want to focus on the most widely reported, the control system. First, let's look at the most direct aspect. The control unit is an off-the-shelf game controller. Even for the remote
Now, it is true in the military people do use that, like, they do use game controllers, but it would be better if he had a wired game controller. That would have been better. And as Stranded Lifeform said, he used a knockoff one. So he got the cheapest one he could get. And see him sitting in there, and he has the two computers right there chilling, and the screen. I think it's absolutely crazy. Right, the engineering. Right. Yeah, I agree. It's like with the Titanic. If it was piloted correctly, it probably could have survived the iceberg crash, because if you're hitting it directly, it would only hit 2 flight compartments, but it would cause a lot of damage to the ship and everybody in there and break bones and stuff. But when you swipe past the thing and gut open the whole ship, it's going to go underwater. Alright. Dark Meta says, you could make it out of carbon fiber, but it would have to be reinforced, not a molded shape. In theory, it was sound. He did not implement it properly. This tech was unproven. Right. Right. Alright. Continue.
vehicles, ROVs, I used to work closely with, this would be completely out of the question. Some commentators have stated this is standard practice in the military. It is not. Game controls are great for applications like drones, remote turrets, that kind of thing. I'm not aware of any example of them being used as a primary means of control or propulsion, especially for anything man-rated. I can reasonably imagine an off-the-shelf controller as a secondary that could be passed around passengers to let them have a go. Why not? That is providing you can mitigate some of the other concerns I'm about to talk about, which is more difficult than you may suspect. But as a primary means of control, absolutely not. The obvious points, such as Bluetooth connection, less reliable, can cause interference, are absolutely non-trivial here. It's easy to say, no, but control's non-life critical. We can ascend to the surface at any point. We have multiple redundancies for that. It's simply not true, especially for a wreck dive where a sudden loss of control could cause a collision. Even encountering difficulties during control of the vessel increases task loading on the operator, potentially creates a high-stress situation where mistakes are made. That's just the direct effects of a non-suitable control interface. Let's discuss some indirect effects. So I'll give oil platforms as an example. Everything that goes outside of the accommodation module must be fire rated. That means it's certified not to create...
Yeah, I played Nintendo when I was younger, and I'm wearing a Nintendo shirt actually right now. But yeah, so, because some people in the military do use game controllers for things, but it would be better if it was wired in. And the thing about them, it's like, they do have the money and stuff, but when you're doing things like this, as you all know, it's better to do it properly. Because if you die, you can't enjoy the money, or anything like that. So it's important, so it's good to, you get what you pay for, and perhaps that is a flaw, and good point, Rebel. Good point. And yeah, they were inexperienced, and perhaps they could have engineered it differently, very differently, and they would have been here. But yeah, it's all about, there's nothing wrong with confidence, nothing wrong with doing exploring and taking risks, and sometimes risks can go bad or good. That's fine. But still, especially if there's a proven way to do something and the experts tell you something, it's best to listen, in my opinion.
So fire. For an enclosed DSV, we'd expect similar, if not even more stringent requirements. Logitech game controllers most certainly do not have such a certification. Neither do lights from Camping World or LED power indicators from an electronics hobby store. And I doubt, and now admittedly this is speculation.
Alright, Stranded Lifeform, there you go. He got it from a hobby store.
Have such a certification. Neither do lights from Camping World or LED power indicators from an electronics hobby store. And I doubt, and now admittedly this is speculation, the monitors and other electronics we see on the vessel are similarly rated. Electronics failing and giving off smoke may seem unlikely, but the stakes are so high, especially when they're used out of specification, as here, that the thought of riding a sealed vessel with any non-negligible risk of fire...
You see, you lose money in the long run. You know, when you... Like, they say you get what you pay for. Like, yeah, like, it's good to save money. It's good to budget things out. And in some situations... You know, like, don't spend money on, like, you know, I'll just, like, wasting it. But if it's something, like, you gotta do, like, you want to have a good submarine and you could afford it, and you might die and never see your money again, then, yeah, it's probably good to not be like these people and go and get it done. Like James Cameron, all these different people, get them to help build the thing or advise about it and let it be tested and tested. Cameron said how he tested it for 3 years through a computer. And I think that, you know, he, you know, did Titanic, and he did many movies, and he made a lot of money from that. And even he had, like, the sense to do it properly. Because, like, if your health is bad, or you die, you can't enjoy your wealth. So these people are fools. Not, you know, Chad's excellent at pointing this out. The foolishness of these weirdos. Not the weirdo. This guy is the weirdo. Not necessarily the people that went there. They should have... It's unfortunate they didn't really know what was going on. And... Yeah, he was a woke cultist. Because he didn't want older white men being on here. Working on it. Because he felt inspired. Yeah, you're inspired right now. It's like, let's get some... You know, I think a better idea would have been even more inspiring, in my opinion, if we went to Africa and got some people that were just chilling at a hut or something, said, yeah, they could go and do this, because they wouldn't know what's going on. But skin color doesn't matter. It's by your character. So if a black person knew what they're doing, they could help. A white person knew what they're doing, they could help. If a white person knows what to do, they could do it. I don't really... Everything woke, you go broke. And now we go woke, you die. It's unfortunate, in my opinion. Exactly, Cyber. And those traits can be used for, like, there's good traits that could be used where people can take risks to do things or help somebody in need or create a cool business or something. But this is the bad side of it, where somebody gets so overconfident to the point that they're not going to use safety precautions, because you have to be logical about it. Like, you could be led, like in the art of war, you could be led into blind bravery and be led into an ambush and then slain. So the wise Chinese general even knew that you could be led into an ambush and slain. There's pros and cons, and this is the cons of it. Yeah, Chad, exactly. I totally agree. All right.
Really does, and excuse the change of tone here, freak me out more than anything else I've discussed here. There are no person restraints. The occupants sat bare feet on the flat floor. This has two major issues. This opens up the possibility of disorientation for the pilot. It's a common issue in aviation. I'd expect him to have a fixed frame of reference relative to the rest of the craft, which is achieved by a decent seat and restraints. Secondly, general safety. Even a relatively trivial scenario of the craft surfacing in heavy sea would turn unpleasant at best with no restraints. At worst, it's not difficult to imagine occupants being seriously or fatally injured, particularly in an uncontrolled ascent or if the pilot loses the ability to steer the vessel. I'd also like to point out that the BBC document... Documentary linked below recorded an incident in 2022 where the vessel reached the seabed only to realise one of the thrusters was installed backwards. And when I say reach the seabed, I mean the 4 kilometres down seabed of the Titanic. I'm not sure I really need to comment further on this. But I will say for an ROV, that would be an instant abort and calmly return to surface. ROVs are expensive, but still remember they're still unmanned.
They go down there and the thing was created backwards. Oh god. Oh my god. And Cyberchick, that's hilarious.
They did not return to surface. They remapped the controls via text instructions from the surface and carried on. Now I will admit, they were only able to remap the controls because they were using a video game controller, so it is an unexpected benefit. But it's kind of a moot point when any...
Just look at this thing. Like, look at this little dinky thing. You know, hot water heater party up in here. It's like, I'm all for aviation, not aviation, but I'm all for exploration, new discoveries, new inventions, people pushing the human race forward. But, like, you gotta, like, do it right. It's like, if I'm gonna jump off the Empire State Building or even this house, or the house next door, I would probably hurt myself. But if I use a parachute, I would be okay. And I think the guy is actually hindering people from taking risks, constructive risks. And risks can lead to failure. The biggest risk is not taking a risk. But still, the guy is strawmanning when the CEO was strawmanning when he said, how if you don't get out of bed, just don't get out of bed. Like, don't take a risk. But the thing is like, yeah, you can take a risk, but don't go out and do something stupid that, unless if someone's life was in danger and they had to help somebody, like somebody going into a burning building to save somebody or something. So that's basically, you know, my thoughts about that. But this stinky thing's ridiculous. You know, just, I think it's more of an overconfidence thing. But they could have been trying to save money, but by doing this, they lost more money. Alright, chat, I'm going to read what you're going to say right now. Alright. And it's insane, and these people, the woke cult dems, are honestly killing us. Yeah, Green New Deal, yep. And Anthony, yep. In the bathroom, yeah, I don't know. I'll look that up where the bathroom is. But it's some little danky bathroom in there. That is true. And they're trying to remove the fossil fuels, which is not possible. True. Especially with farmers. So, like, I was talking about farmers here. Like, you know, how the farmers, they want them to have solar, but there's no way you could have solar on a farm. It wouldn't work. Because the diesel is better. Like, to heat the houses, to do all that stuff, the solar wouldn't work. And especially if there is no sun, if they're like in Texas, they had green energy and everything went out. So what I know from talking to the farmers and stuff, that the Green New Deal is very bad, and this Submarine New Deal is also bad. It's like the Dems are just bringing death, and they're trying to everything. It's bring more theories, right? No more theories, right? And they still the hull inside a hull, right? And a stranded, you would believe when see this thing, yeah. And bro, when the sub was inside another sub that was inside a different sub, surely carbon fiber will be fine for a while at least, all right? And yeah, so I don't know, when they flush, it just flies out the thing. It just like I don't know for sure. I have to look it up, but my theory is either it's in a container. That's unlikely. It probably just shoots out and just goes out into the sea. All right, here we go.
Engineer would have identified the problem before diving, perhaps during some control checks near the surface, and cut the dive short. For any programmers out there, they pushed their coding to prod in the most high-risk way possible. For more info on non-certified ancillary equipment, I recommend looking up the Kaprun disaster, where a store-bought electronics heater caused a fatal fire in a train in a tunnel, leading to 155 deaths. The death of the diver Dave Shaw also shares similar...
They are Marxist, Dark Meta. They certainly are Marxists. You see, like, they were... and they all want to program people. Like they're gonna say, like, for instance, oh, the old way of old energy for green energy, or the oppressed, chickens against the farmers. Like they're trying to put a Marxist train of thought in people. And we know, like in China and Russia, they kill millions of people, the communists. And so yeah, that's all they bring is death. And this is indirectly tied to that because the communist form of thought brought this destruction, in my opinion. Yeah, rest in peace. He was a good president. President Reagan, good president.
Thanks, but that is a particularly upsetting story. All the following points don't really fit into a category of their own. Some have been misreported, so I'd like to add some clarity. Any single one of these would be a project killer in my experience. Rushton stated he hired young designers rather than, and I quote, white guys in their 50s. He is actually a white guy in his 50s, by the way. This has been largely... Rushton stated he hired young designers rather than, and I quote, white guys in their 50s. He is actually a white guy in his 50s, by the way. This has been largely reported as, I don't want to say the word, woke hiring. In all likelihood, it's just cost cutting. White guys in their 50s, especially for specialised applications like this, do not come cheap, and they won't hesitate to point out your shortcomings or even whistleblow, which literally happened to OceanGate in 2018.
There you go, chat. They say they're going to do things in the name of political correctness, but all that they're doing, it's just trying to save some money, and they're trying to save some more money. That's basically what they're doing.
Are an order of magnitude cheaper. They often go the extra mile to achieve the end goal while being unaware of the risks. And that's not to disparage young engineers. I love the attitude of opening up the deep sea to a younger generation, but I don't honestly believe that was Stockton's intention here. The egress hatch was widely reported as being sealed and only openable from the outside, and this is absolutely true. But I've seen reports stating this is standard practice. It is not. Every other DSV I've been able to verify has a plug hatch openable from both sides. I can play devil's advocate though. There is one case where an openable hatch caused a near disaster. Apollo 1 is often quoted here, but I'd like to discuss a prior incident, Mercury Redstone 4, where the hatch was prematurely blown, leading to the loss of the craft and almost the loss of the pilot. In this case, an operator-enabled hatch actually increased the risk. And yes, I am aware of the controversy surrounding exactly what happened here, but the fact is the hatch blew off early. Now, as I am playing devil's advocate, I will say...
Right on, Dark Meta. Right, you see, because, like, with my tech, like, when I get tech and stuff, I want to make sure that I'm getting the best thing. And, like, if driving a vehicle, you want to make sure you get the thing that's going to save you because... And you're right, Anthony, because there's a point where you could save money, but it causes, like... If you can't be alive, you can't enjoy it. The point of having money is having power to, do this and do that. And you could afford to do this and that. And as I said, in my opinion, you can still make money and you can still have a lot of money and go down there safely. Like Cameron, he did the Terminator, the Avatar movie, the Titanic. He's very wealthy. And he went down there and he got the Russian people with the Russian submarines to go down the Titanic. And he had plan A, B, and C because he wants to enjoy his money and he wants to be alive. That's why he's still here. Like, if he died, he wouldn't have, been able to complete Titanic. Like, it's not just about them having money, or, in my opinion, that is a factor, but there's a personality type here. The personality type, it's good to have traits where you are successful and, like, want to, go hard and be focused on something. But to the point, this person, the CEO, was out of touch of reality, and the logic wasn't there. Because the personality type, he had some kind of personality issue. Where, say, like, someone like Cameron is going to logically do it correctly, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Dark Meta. Yeah. Yeah, you know, and I'm an alien, and I think that this dude should have had some aliens and some monkeys in there.
I have seen no evidence OceanGate took necessary mitigations to ensure an externally accessible hatch was actually safer.
The chickens designing the computer system. I will look that up. I think it was 3. Let's see. All right, I'm about to find out right now. So, article. How many expeditions has the OceanGate submarine made to the Titanic? When were they? It says that OceanGate Expeditions has been operating deep sea expeditions since 2009. Over the years, it has carried out more than 200 dives. Not necessarily this submarine, but them, like the company. But I'm going to get to your question about that particular submarine. And with the 3 submersible vessels in the Atlantic, Pacific, and Gulf of Mexico, where I am, the Titan, which went missing on Sunday, is designed to depths to reach 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters. And let's see, the craft was dive exploration record to Titanic. Let's see. And let's see. I'm trying to see. Yeah, because in 2018 there was concerns about the company. And no answer. As I said, I think it went to the Titanic 3 times. I'm about to find out, see. See, this might be yeah, because how many trips? Yeah, I think I'm about to find it right here. How many trips to Titanic has the OceanGate Titan submarine made? How many did it wreck? Okay, I was right. Okay, a cyber chick. I was right. It went 3 times. Three times, and it went once a year since 2021. So it's been to the Titanic 3 times. And it wore and tore. That's the thing. It wore and tore. And it broke. Right, Dark Meta, right. Right, one fail, yep. Because the thing wasn't created correctly. I totally think that it should have been checked consistently. I think it should have been definitely checked. And they should have tried to, do that. I mean, I think that these people, and I wonder how many times it was checked. That's something I would like to know. That's something very interesting I would like to know. And that was an interesting analyst. We'll continue.
Fire management, redundant breathing systems, etc. But it's always worth recognising that risks and the interplay between them are not always as glaringly obvious as we may think. By the way, Gus Grissom, who was the pilot for Mercury Redstone 4, was actually subsequently killed in the Apollo 1 fire, which was a cruel twist of fate. Here is an unmanned ROV. Here is the Alvin DSV. Oh, Alvin. I wish I could talk about Alvin instead. Here is Titan.
You know what? You know what this thing looks like? It looks like a tardigrade. Y'all know what that is? Let's see if I got the name right. It does look like a tardigrade. A tardigrade. Let's see. Okay, I'll show you what that is. Okay, chat. I'll show you what that is. Hey, so when I was young, when I was a kid, me and this dude, it wasn't the other friend that I talked about aliens with. He was kind of went to another school. So one of this other guy I used to talk to, we would talk about these little creatures that exist, and one of them is called a tardigrade. So I'm going to show you a picture of that. All right. Google, regular Google. Let's see if that works. All right. All right, chat. Tell me if this looks like the Titan. To me, it looks similar to that. All right. Now I found the window. So that's the Titan, and this is a tardigrade. It's a microscopic organism that exists, and you can't even see it. So to me, that's what I think it looks like. That's what the Titan looks like. All right, so yeah, because that's to me that's what the thing looks like. It has like the same type of shape to it. Yeah. Can y'all see that? Like, it's similar looking. Yeah, to me, that's what it looks like. This thing wasn't really designed right. That's funny, Rebel. Yeah, so, yeah, these are like the microscopic, it's a microscopic little dude. I'll see where the tardigrades are. Okay, they are almost anywhere on Earth, from the top of the Himalaya mountains to the range at the bottom of the sea, from the icy Antarctica to the bubbling hot spring. The teeny tiny creatures can survive extreme temperatures, ranging minus 328 Fahrenheit to 304 Fahrenheit. Tardigrades need only a drop of water to thrive. Yeah, so they're everywhere. They're all over us. We just don't see them. They could be a film of water on lynches, on mosses, and sand dunes, and soil and sediments and leaf litters. I think it's also called a sea bear. I don't know if they're in us. They could just be found everywhere. Like if I went outside, I don't have one on me, but like if I had like a microscope, I could probably go, oh, okay, chat, this is the little critter right here. Yeah, so tardigrade went down to the ocean. We'll get some more memes coming up. Yeah. No, they need a drop of water to thrive. That's what it said, but a tiny little drop of water. That's what they said. Tardigrade may live a little, but they are the toughest form of life on Earth. The water-dwelling micro-animals are known to be able to live up to 30 years without food or water. Dark Meadow was right. So they can live 30 years without food or water. They can endure temperatures of 150 degrees Celsius, the deep sea, and the frozen vacuum of space. These things are like indestructible. Sea bears. They're like little bears. Yeah, water bears. Let's see, a tardigrade water bear. Yeah, Rebel. It's also called a water bear. Right. Right. Yeah. And so basically, yeah, these critters always fascinated me. And yeah, it's really cool. And yeah, so that's, to me, that's what this thing looks like. They designed it like a tardigrade or a sea bear. Very interesting. There's more microscopic organisms. And yeah, there's many of them. So 5 examples of these things are like the viruses, bacteria, fungi, different things like that. And let's see what species it is. They're invertebrates belonging to the phylum of Tardigradia. They're related to arthropods and crustaceans and insects. So they're related to insects and crustaceans and nematodes and roundworms. And they're also known as water bears. And they're known for their appearance and their ability to survive extreme environments. Yeah, they are cute. Eyebrow mites. All right. Let's do this. A trigger warning, chat. Well, let's do this real quick. Let's see. I'm getting to you, chat. Hold on. Eyebrow mites. Alright, so tardy. Okay, chat. Alright, so, yeah, basically, I'm going to, look up eyebrow mites. Symptoms of eyebrow mites are red or dry eyes, swollen eyelids, sticky lashes, itching, burning, or stinging, grittiness, eyes, incrustations around the outer edge of the eye. Like, wow, that is cringe. And how do people get these things? Wow, yeah, that sounds, let's see. Trigger warning, chat. Wow, this is a little crazy looking thing. Glad you're here, Sarah. And inaccurate again. Let's see. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that we all have that. So yeah, so this is a little critter. It looks kind of like a platypus. It looks like a platypus. Yeah, but like, I don't know if all people have those. Like, let's see. Internet's being slow. Hold on. It's gonna work. Something's going on here. Alright. So, I don't know if we all have eyebrow mites. I can't confirm that. It's a cream, gel, lotion, or wash containing an acrid. No, I'm not pronouncing it right. Acrid. Yeah, something like that. I said it right. Oh, like mold. That's interesting. Now, let's see. I'm going to play. So, yeah, the shirt, it's a Mario shirt. So, yeah, so that is that. Because what started was, I thought that the thing looked like a tardigrade. And, alright, so. Interesting. Interesting dark matter. Let's see. Okay, he was right. Dark matter is right. Almost everyone has them. But they usually don't cause any problems. But let's see. Demodex can multiply too quickly in people who are immune compromised. So they don't cause any problems. Only people have these immune issues. Alright. So now I'm going to play a video of the Titanic survivor. Since we're talking about Titanic. So this is a person that was on the Titanic. And she's talking about her testimony. So that's what I'm playing right now. Since I like talking about Titanic and it's a subject. Here we go. Alright. Now I'm going to play the video.
Hey, Rich. Mysterious time.
You were emigrating to America?
Yes. I was coming over here to my sister.
If I may ask, how old were you then?
I was 16, going on 17. Be 17 in October.
When did you first realize how serious the trouble was?
Oh, I didn't until I got to this country. I thought it was part of the trip, to tell you the truth. I didn't realize that there was any danger.
You didn't realize there was any danger?
No, I thought that that was pretty hard way to get here, but I didn't really think it was as bad as it was until after.
When the alarm was sounded, what happened?
Well, I was asleep at the time, and I thought then the ship had landed. So I thought we were here.
Wow, she thought that the ship landed when the ship stopped, and she didn't know how dangerous it was. Like it was part of the trip. Wow, it's very interesting to hear these testimonies of these people.
This country.
Then you went up on deck.
And then I went up on deck, and then we were told to go down, that there was a piece of ice on deck, and that when they get it off of everything would be all right, to go down and go to bed.
How did you escape?
Well, we were standing on the steerage, third class they call it, and then we couldn't get up second. And of course then there was one man with us, and he was our guard in the angel, and he said, for God's sake, let the women up. So at that I got up.
And then you
second.
And then you got into a lifeboat?
And no, then I had to go to first cabin. The lifeboats were only going from first cabin. So there was a man on the second deck, and he asked me to go on his shoulder, and I climbed over, and then I think it was the last boat that was going out.
Did you take
They
it?
won't let me on because there was too many on the boat already.
Yeah, and there's a situation with the Titanic how a lot of the lifeboats were filled. They were not filled enough, and this is interesting to hear that this area they had too many people on the lifeboat. So yeah, I think it's basically that the lifeboats, a lot of them could have been filled up more. It's crazy. Okay, yeah, over here the weather's crazy where I am right now. Yeah, alright, let's see. Universe is happening now. Here now, yeah. Oh, that's cool, SC Wolverines, that you went there. In Nova Scotia. I'm part Nova Scotian. I'm related to the people up there. Yeah. Yeah, I agree the audio is weak. This is an old video from a long time ago. Right. Yeah, because this is, from another time period. Alright.
Got into the boat.
But I said to the man, I'd like to go with my sister because there was a neighbor with me, and I thought he'd feel, because I didn't want to lose the crowd. I didn't really think it was any danger, but I thought I'd miss them in the dark. It was very dark.
Did you see the ship sink?
Oh yes, I was looking at it sinking when we were in the lifeboat, because we were in the lifeboats for 9 hours.
And then which ship rescued you?
Carpathia. Carpathia picked us up then early in the morning, about 9 o'clock or something. I think it was about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Slocum, I believe you were in charge of the Turkish bath on the Titanic.
I was.
And where were you when the iceberg hit the ship?
I was in bed.
And when did you first realize things were wrong?
Well, naturally the fog woke us up, and everybody got to their feet. And I went into a little passage, and I met the second steward, which was Mr. Dodd, and he said, for God's sake, get some clothes on, get up on deck. I said, what's wrong? He said, I don't know. So, of course, I had a coat on a nightdress, and we got up on deck, and everybody was most cheerful.
When did you first realize how serious things were?
I didn't think it was serious because I didn't think it was possible.
Yeah, and basically I know with a lot of the people, when they're coming up out on deck, they didn't really notice the grave situation that they were in, because they were convinced that the boat was unsinkable, the ship was unsinkable. Just like with the Titan, the people were convinced that the Titan could not explode, and they built it out of bad stuff. They didn't even build it right. Yeah, exactly, Rebel. And that's a good point. You know that I didn't exactly know that particular thing, but I knew something like that. And yeah, exactly. That's basically the problem with the those life belts and stuff. And they didn't know the gravity of the situation. It didn't really sink in until it was too late. Just like with the Titan, how the people it didn't sink in until it was too late. Like, will they hear something go beep 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 and the thing blows up? It's like, yeah. So it's the parallels between the Titan and the Titanic are crazy. It's just creepy. It's just surreal. Like, and I think another thing with the Titan, how the CEO's wife, her great great grandparents were on the Titanic, and there was a couple that was in the bed, right? Yeah, I'm reading chat, and I was talking earlier about how basically before that people wouldn't have been as like how they have like soy boys and stuff now, like those kind of people. If imagine on the Titanic, a lot of people wouldn't be brave like the people that were on the ship, like they had to do what they had to do. Like a lot of people today have been, times have made people soft, and it was good that these people, do the right thing. Not everybody. It's good that people did the right thing. And thanks, Rebel, for the info. I really, really appreciate it. Glad all you were here. Yeah, so Mr. Ismay thought that the ship would look ugly if it had lifeboats on it. So that's why he got rid of the lifeboats, because it looked ugly. But, now there's no more ships, so it doesn't really matter. It's just underwater now. So, and also it could have been filled more. That's another thing. Alright, and now I'll continue with the video.
A big ship like that could sink.
How serious things were.
I didn't think it was serious because I didn't think it was possible. A big ship like that could sink. And everybody was busy and they was lowering the lifeboats, and the crew were marvellous. Everybody was cheerful.
How did you escape?
In the last lifeboat. And I didn't want to go.
And then, of course, you realized things were very serious.
Yes, I did.
And did you see the ship sink?
I did. It sank very quickly.
That must have been a most dramatic sight.
It was, because you could just see the lights going down and down.
Did you hear the music playing?
I did.
Almost till the end?
Till the end, I heard them play, Near My God to Thee.
Near My God to Thee.
And I met a steward, and he said, "You are grab hold of this."
Oh, nice. Congratulations, Sarah.
And it was a baby. So I took the baby. And then when they lowered the last lifeboat, I didn't want to go. And they said that one of the other stewards, and Mr. Wheat, he was helping lower them, and Mr. Murdoch, he was the chief steward, and he was shouting out, "Ladies, children and women first." They was marvellous.
And you took the baby?
I took the baby, and I didn't want to go, so they said, "Come on." And I went down in the last lifeboat, and there was, I think there was 72 in it. And you could hear the...
Wow, like she was in the last lifeboat. That is mind-blowing. And a lot of the lifeboats are not filled up enough. And see how she didn't feel... the people didn't feel that there was something wrong until, like, much later. And no one was taking it seriously. Yeah, that's just really terrifying. And as I said, the Titanic was constructed in such a way, as I said before, that, and I studied this for many, many years, that if you have the flood compartments, they basically, when they're all together, and only 2 or 3 are broken, it doesn't cause a problem. But when you break 5 of them or more, it causes a problem because a chain reaction effect. let's see, blueprint rather, blueprint. Right, because when they say it's unsinkable, they're talking about this thing over here, where, let's see how like in the front part, you have in the front part, if it just hit the iceberg in the front, it would have bursted 2 compartments. But when they scratched the iceberg, the way they scratched it, it caused a big gap in the side of it. So it causes a chain reaction and causes it to tip over and then break. Yeah, because I've studied this for a very long time. And I'm glad I'm able to finally talk about it.
Ice crashing the sides of the boats.
You saw ice all round you?
Oh yes, crashing and the most of it, the ocean was as smooth as a pond.
And you were in the water until, you were in the boat until daylight?
Yes, quite daylight. And then we was brought on to New York, and the Lapland brought us back to Plymouth, the survivors, which had to come back. So then, of course, we was kept there a little while and then brought on to Southampton. Of course, that was very sad because everybody thought she knew somebody who was lost, and I had so many friends on there, and you couldn't tell them anything.
There was no impact as such. It was just like...
Yeah, so basically, that would be interesting. SC Wolverines, I think that would be a cool idea. You know, just to have. Yeah. It's good to have precautions like that. Because they do have emergency exits on airplanes, and chat can talk about that. Airplanes, parachutes. That's interesting. Yeah, this one's very interesting right here. They're all interesting, but this one's very interesting.
Having your brakes on the car. And that was that. She stopped. We had a porthole open, and I looked out, and the sky was clear, the stars were shining, the sea. There's no sign of iceberg then, because she'd passed us. And the lights were shining on the water from the portholes. No sign of damage above waterline. And of course, what had happened, we slipped over the iceberg. And although she was supposed to be unsinkable, with a double bottom, the iceberg had cut her from forward on the starboard side to the engine room, right through her 2 bottoms. And we had orders to get the lifeboats out. And of course the order, the same old order, women and children. And we swung the lifeboats out and gradually filled them up. First boats were away on the port side. The first boats away didn't have many passengers on board. They were afraid to go down. There was a 70-foot drop to the water. And they didn't think she was going to sink. And a few of the first boats on the port side got away with half filled. Don't forget, we had 16 lifeboats, and they each carried 50. And if they'd been filled, we could have saved 800, whereas we only saved 500. So you can imagine there were many seats in the first lifeboats vacant. Then I had orders to go down the storeroom with a gang of men and get all the biscuits we could find. Well, when we got back up onto the boat deck, we couldn't get near the lifeboats. Some people were scrambling to get in and being pushed back. By that time, she was listing very badly to port, and we couldn't get the starboard boats down. But before I got my lifebelt on, I met a young couple, and
all right, that's a good question, Trinit Lifeform. So, I think I've read different things. I need to go look this up because I've heard, like, they press a button or they pull a switch and they just fall automatically. And maybe something jammed. I'll go look that up right now. Okay. Yeah, so Titanic sank more rapidly because her watertight doors were opened again after the collision. Is that true or false? This is false. It is true most of Titanic's watertight doors were opened about an hour after the collision by the engineers in order to bring pipes from the power pumps in the stern bare at the bow where the seawater was flooding it fast. These were never closed again. Let's see. All doors opened. The commissioner, then all watertight doors in the main engine room were opened. And yes, let's see, no. They opened them and they had to go down the last tunnel, the one, and got a big suction pipe out. So it had to do with they were trying to pump water out the ship. But let's see, let's see what this has to say. So the reason why some of the watertight doors failed, so the lower section of Titanic was divided into 16 major watertight compartments that would easily be sealed off if part of the hull was punctured and leaking water. After the collision with the iceberg, the hull portion of the 6 of the 16 compartments, it was damaged. So to answer your questions, stranded life form, the area that got hit by the iceberg had a problem, but all the other doors closed. And also, they were trying to open them up again later to try to get to pump the water out. So it failed because a big area got hit. So those didn't work. It's funny, dark meta. Not all the doors, just it says about out of 16 there was 6. Yeah, 6 of the 16. Okay, Anthony McQuaid, thank you for coming. I'm glad that you came by and hung out with us. All right. So that answers that. There is 6 of the 16 open. All right.
I can tell you her name. It was Mrs. Clark. They'd spent their honeymoon in France, and we'd picked them up at Cherbourg. And she was having trouble with her lifebelt. So I fixed that on to her. And I said, I think you'd better get into a lifeboat. And there was one in the port, on the port side. So she said, no, I don't want to go there. I don't want to leave my husband. So I said, well, it's just a precautionary measure. You get in, your husband will follow later on. And I got her away, and that was that. And then I picked up my own lifeboat and put it on. Then the third-class passengers were coming up. There were 700 of them. And they swarmed the decks and filled up the decks. And I thought, well, I'd done all I possibly could. I'd helped them all I could. And I thought, oh, now I'll go up and get out of all this scrumming and go on the poop deck. And she was sinking fast then. And all of a sudden she lifted up quickly, and you could hear everything crashing through her. Everything that was movable was going through her.
I wonder that too. That definitely would have helped. You know, it probably would have helped keep it up longer or keep it up that. Yeah, it's a good question. It definitely is a good question. And I did this last time. Do it again. So I like building model things, and I showed this to everybody yesterday, and everybody saw this before. But like, so this is a model Titanic I made. Now it had an accident, it got dropped, so that's why the funnels are missing and some of the stuff's missing on it. But yeah, so that's the thing I made. And I glued this all together. And I kind of put the front part in the wrong area and it fell and had a problem. So that's why it's not perfect looking. But yeah, overall it's pretty cool. I could put it on the other screen for y'all to see it better. I forgot that this is not the best screen. I have to put it on the other one. Alright, I'm going to put it on the other screen so I can see it better. Yeah, because it had an accident, that's why the things are off. And yeah, and that's the back part. That part stayed intact. And I glued all that together. Also, the top part and the insides of it. Yeah, I built this in 2015. Mm-hmm. Alright. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat. I'm glad that y'all like it. Now I'm gonna keep playing the video.
And then she went down and seemed to come up again. So I thought, well, now I'm going to leave. And I was hanging on to a board. We had two boards, starboard and port, which said, keep clear of propeller blades. And I was hanging on to one of these, and I was getting higher and higher in the air. And I thought, well, now I'll go. And I dropped in. I had a lifebelt on. And I hit the water with a terrific crack. Luckily, I didn't hit anything when I dropped in. There were bodies all over the place. And then I looked up at the Titanic. So the propellers were right out of water, the rudder was right out, and I could see the bottom. And then gradually she glided away, and that was that. That was the last of the Titanic. I didn't want to die. I mean, I didn't see much chance of living, but I was gradually getting frozen up. And by the grace of God, I came across a lifeboat, and they pulled me in. And there was a fireman dead in the bottom. There was about a foot of water in this boat. There was another man.
You know, a lot of people these days complain about, like, I'm like the woke people complain about stuff, but like, see, like, this is a situation where people suffered in a bad situation, and this had to be very terrifying to go through. I can't even imagine.
Who seemed to be trying to get away from it again. I don't know what was the matter with him. They were tying him down, and the rest were women and children. And I sat on a seat, and I sat next to Mrs. Clark, the girl I'd put into a lifeboat. And
oh yeah, he is a very good actor. Also, I like seeing Inception. Yeah, he's a great actor. That was a great movie. I liked it.
The first thing she said, have you seen my husband? So I said, no, I haven't, but I expect he'll be all right. Anyway, I was pretty bad way then, as you can imagine. Frozen solid almost. And she wrapped me round with a cloak. She had some sort of blanket or a coat on. Anyway, I think she probably saved my life, I don't know. but I saved hers. At least I think I might have done. I think I did. And she saved mine. Then, first light, the Carpathia came along. The Carpathia was about 7,000 tons, and they were going to the Mediterranean, absolutely loaded. And they took us all on board, took us to New York, and that was that.
Oh yeah, I saw Catch Me If You Can. That was really good. I liked it. And have you all seen Shutter Island? That's something that looks pretty cool. But yeah, I love Inception and Titanic and Romeo and Juliet. I think I've seen pretty much everything he was in.
I believe you've even got a watch that you were wearing at the time when you went into the water.
Yes, yes, but I couldn't afford anything better in those early days. Here it is.
That says 2:20. What time was it when you went into the water, do you think?
I think about 2 o'clock. I think it lasted. It was frozen up like I was. I think it lasted for about 20 minutes in the water.
Does talking about this incident bother you like you have been today?
That's so crazy he was able to have the watch. That's so haunting.
About it? I should probably dream of that tonight. Have another nightmare. You'd think I'm too old for that, but you'd be amazed. You lie in bed at night and the whole thing comes round again.
Alright, so, oh yeah, like, I think that... Yeah, so Shutter Island, I actually have not seen it. But I'll tell you, like, the plot about it. So, yeah, I know a little bit about it. So, basically, the implausible escape of a brilliant murderess brings the U.S. Marshal Teddy Daniels, which is Leonardo DiCaprio's character, and his new partner, Mark Ruffalo, to Ashcliffe Hospital, a fortress-like insane asylum located on a remote, windswept island. The women appear to have vanished from the locked room, and so basically it's like an insane asylum, and they're detectives on a journey. It looks pretty cool. Like, I want to see that movie. I have to go and, like, order it. Like, that's pretty cool. Alright. And also, yeah, well, yeah, I think it sounds like a good movie too. You know, and I look forward to seeing it. And then, yeah, that's really funny about what chat's saying about the different things. So, yeah, anyway, yeah, so what do y'all think about the Titanic survivors and their testimony? What these three people are talking, you know, some of the survivors have different accounts on how the sinking happened. Like, it went up in the air, and then it, like, just went in the water, but it broke in two, and some people didn't confirm it broke in two. So, yeah, some people go through traumatic experiences and they don't remember stuff. Like, there's no survivors of the Titan sinking. But if there were survivors, they would remember it in different ways. And yeah, and you know, I think it's really crazy what happened to them. And I think that it's good that we had this history to know and to learn from. Because it's like the chances of them surviving was very thin. And a lot of people didn't heed the warnings of what was going on. There's some kind of bug flying around, that's why I was looking. Partial view or partial recall. Next online, Sarah, I'm not too sure what you mean. Yeah. So yeah, those are my thoughts about it. The Titanic survivors. Now, let's see. Yeah, oh, that's an interesting stranded life form because a lot of people were not really. They could have been far away from it. And it was very dark, but apparently some of the lights stayed on, and they're able to see it a little bit. And I think that is basically, and people that go through traumatic events remember things differently. Yeah. So, yeah, because that's what I think. And I think it's crazy now there's two wreckages there. There's the Titan and the Titanic. Let's see. And then this other article. This is more like a political thing. So, the boss of the Titanic sub company didn't want 50-year-old white people on his team. As we just saw in one of the previous videos, they talked about that. And the founder of the company, whose submersible became lost on a dive to view the wreckage of the Titanic, sparkling a frenetic deep-sea rescue effort that has revived people around the world, once declared he did not want 50-year-old white guys on his team, even if they were seasoned submariners. You see, this is the part of it that's like political. Like, he had some woke agenda behind it. And another thing about the survivors is that, like, the gentleman in the video was talking about how he had nightmares to his old age about it, because back in the olden days they didn't know much about PTSD and things like that, and mental health, which I think is a very interesting topic and an important topic to bring up. That we've talked about this CEO and his insanity and his narcissism, and how if there is really bad characteristics to that, which there are, and he took after that. And so the PTSD on the other end with the survivors, it's like they didn't know about that, and that's what all those people experienced. I remember one person, an officer, said it's the equivalent of being in a sports stadium, like a football or a baseball stadium, and hearing the people cheer. That was the equivalent of the Titanic sinking, what it sounded like. And so, and in our own age, I think mental health is important, and it's something that still plagues our community, where people having problems, and see, like, men in general, how some people shoot up schools and things, and they have these mental health issues back in the old days where people were different and society was different. It was not woke. And then when time went on and went on, when they left the traditional ideas, it brought more mental issues. But with the Titanic survivors, they had PTSD from the incident, and they still were able to retain themselves because of the traditional time period. Things weren't woke back then, but things are woke now. And I think it's like a curse with they're saying that God himself couldn't sink the Titanic, and the Titanic sinks. Just, and same thing with the Titan. All right, now I'm going to read chat. That's a good point. That is a very good point, Stranded Life Form. Exactly. I really agree. That's a very good point. So memory fades and changes over the years. Your mind tries to fill in the blanks, but it's not reliable memory. It's like ask 5 witnesses details about a crime. You get 5 different answers. And, yeah. Exactly, SE Wolverines. Exactly. Alright, interesting, Cyber. Check. Interesting. Alright. Nice, yes, indeed. Yes. I'm a Gen Z. I'm from 98. Yeah, I don't know how old this dude was. Let's see. See his name? No, this. Edward FF. I'm gonna see how old the guy is. All right. So the guy was born in 1889 and he died in 1982. And I don't know exactly when that was taken, when this thing was taken, the film was taken. Right, LNSC Wolverines. Thank you, Dark Meta. Thank you. See, I was like raised by my mom and grandparents, and I was not. See, like you all know, like I talk about my dad and stuff, but like I didn't know anything like about. I didn't have any contact with them most of my life until after high school, like right before I went on ABL and got big on YouTube. Like right before I was starting YouTube again, I got in touch with them, and I don't really talk to them much because they're kind of like, my grandparents are alright, but like some of my family are kind of, they're not like us. Like they have some liberalish ideas. And that's why it's, I wasn't influenced by that side. Although they have good characteristics to them. I'm more influenced by my mom's side and the different traditions and patriotism. So that's why I'm the way I am. And I also choose to be like like this. I see right from wrong, and a lot of the people are just lost. Right. Thank you, Dark Matter, for the compliment. Oh, the CEO of Ocean Gate. Okay. Yes, an honorary Gen X. All right. Let's see. So yeah, aliens. I could be. I'm the honorary Gen X. Yes. So, this Ocean Gate. I'm looking up his age. He was 61. Yeah, so Stockton Rush, the CEO of Ocean Gate, was 61. Thanks for the compliment, Sarah, and chat. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of my some of the people from like my friends, like some of them are cool, but a lot of them like I just don't do what they do, so I just do this instead, and here I am. Yeah, Dark Meta, I know, because I'm not like them. Yeah, Stockton Rush, CEO of Ocean Gate Expeditions, is aboard the submerged vessel along with the billionaire explorer all over the place, and the company values. No, that's not what to say. Since the 22-foot craft lost contact with the surface early on Sunday, the critics come forward to blast the company's safety and their practices, but Rush was previously adamant that he values youth over experience when it comes to assembling its crew. And yeah, young people might know different things because they may have had updated experience, but I have no problem with having the other generations that are very experienced with it working on it too. Maybe they could have both people work on it. But this kind of had to do with like a woke agenda. Yeah, I'm like from another planet. Thanks, Cyberchick. Thank you. And he says, when I started the business, one of the things you'll find there are the sub-operators out there. But they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-olds, white guys. And Rush told Teledyne Marine representatives before the expedition began. Teledyne Marine made the sonar systems and the navigation system vessels. So basically, he thought it would be, I wanted the team to be younger, to be inspirational, he continued, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old go pursue a marine technology, but a 25-year-old who's a sub-pilot or a platform operator, and a text can be inspirational. So I don't know if it had to do with a racial thing. He just was saying he wanted young people to do it, but he did kind of say older white guys, so it does seem like he was woke. But they're not specific that the young people were non-whites or not. But yeah, so it does seem weird that he would word it like that way, considering the political climate. So we're trying to get very intelligent, motivated younger individuals involved because we are not doing things completely new. And we're taking approaches that are used largely in the aerospace industry as related to the safety and some of the preponderance of the checklists. Yeah, so basically, I think they shouldn't make it political and like woke, because everything woke goes bad, in my opinion. So, yeah, so this guy, his channel's Some Ordinary Gamers. His name's Muda, and he does like reviews on tech and things. And this is an older video from when they didn't find the wreckage. They weren't sure what was going on, if it was missing or not, and he made some good points, and I'm gonna react to this. And alright, I was reading chat. Alright, now I'm gonna play the video. This is one of the YouTubers reviewing about, and I'm going to put the link in the description, in the chat. He's talking about the submarine before it was found. Alright, here we go.
They unfortunately don't actually have any ability to contact anybody because they're so far near the bottom of the ocean, and it's to a point where the oxygen supply on their hull is obviously dwindling out. It's a really, really scary situation, and it's one that's left...
See, this was a big sign with the submarine that it imploded. That's why they couldn't get in contact with it.
Me completely interested into how it's happened. So let's get started with exactly where we begin here. Now, if you follow the United States Coast Guard, you probably have seen the press release for the establishment of the Unified Command for the 21-foot submersible Titan, 900 miles east of Cape Cod. So yeah, this is a rescue mission going on for a submarine where the Canadians and the Americans are working together to make sure a couple billionaires and rich people are safe from a absolutely stupid trek into the bottom of the ocean that they took. Now, where was this trek to? Obviously, the Titanic. I don't think I have to describe the Titanic on my channel. It's a pretty famous story of a ship that absolutely sunk to the bottom of the ocean. One of the big failures, I guess you could say, of nautical exploration. But ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted to learn about the Titanic, Google is a great resource for you. So, of course...
And I think tonight we've learned a lot from the Titanic from things that I showed.
The U.S. Coast Guard put this information out there, said the Canadian Coast Guard, bunch of assets are en route to help save the people at the bottom of the ocean right now. You can even see they got like search patterns over here. Again, I'm not a Coast Guard expert. This is the pattern they believe is fit for exploration and recovery. And I'm going to believe what the U.S. Coast Guard says. They're professionals when it comes to this stuff. Now, the cause of this was a private company known as Ocean Gate Expeditions. Now, Ocean Gate Expeditions is a website that I really can't explore anymore right now. Like, trying to enter it is just literally, it's not even an accessible website. So thank God for things like the Wayback Machine, where we can actually see what they're about. Join the Titanic Expedition. Explore the world's most famous shipwreck. Limited space available. Yeah, I can imagine.
It's like they're trying to make... I have no problem with exploration or adventure. But like they're trying to like make a business out of it. I'm not against business. I'm not against any of that. But like, you know, I do think there should be respect for the people that the gravesite also. But I have no problem with people safely, properly exploring the Titanic. And I think it's weird how like their website's like hitting like it's hard to access. And I'm glad that Uncle Muda was able to do that through his computer.
Yeah, it's probably a super expensive trip. 95% of the Earth's ocean is unexplored. You can change that. That's actually a true statement. We actually don't know much about the seas, the depths of the sea, just like we don't know much about the stars. It's a wild world that we get into. See, going in...
Exactly, like Rebel and I, one night, we were looking at the abyssal fish for a little while, about an hour, and I showed you all the other night about the abyssal fish a little bit. So yeah, like there's so many creatures and things we don't know about. And like one of the videos I put out recently about how there's the Kraken and there's the different critters that are running around the ocean, and that, you know, we know alien spaceship right here, but there's also alien abyssal fish swimming underwater. That is also very interesting.
The bottom of the ocean requires us to have vessels that can withstand the immense pressure of water at that depth. Okay, it's not entirely easy. If you don't have a submarine capable of that, your submarine collapses in of itself and you die very, very, very quickly, very painfully, I would say. So expedition highlights over here. They've got, you know, people going down, recording with their iPhones. Upcoming expeditions, so the Azores expedition, where they explore hydrothermal vents. Awesome, 3 days. And of course, they've even got that classic feedback. Ocean Gate Expeditions make you feel like a full member of the crew, and the experience allows you to participate in every aspect of the expedition. Okay, that's great. Now, Stockton Rush, who I believe is also on the entire tour as well. At the moment, he's also missing on his own ship. This person believes in their product so much that they joined down in the expedition, and unfortunately, they're also lost in the situation as well. Now, they actually end up charging $250,000 per person. Yes, it's a very unusual business. This kind of a trip is very much relegated to multimillionaires, billionaires, who want to see the Titanic so far up close because, again, these are very, very rare things that only the hyper-rich and the elite can absolutely afford. Now, of course, you would imagine for a price tag like that, the security...
Exactly, Cyberchick. It's like raiding a graveyard. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it makes sense. And a lot of Christians died on that ship. And I feel that, you know, God would want he's looking out for the respect of his people, in my opinion. Yeah, alien life and bottom of the ocean. There you go. There you go. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, it's true. They found a lot under there, including what you just said, Trinit Lifeform. Yes. Agreed.
Ship would be immense. Ladies and gentlemen, let's dig up even deeper. Now, some people who've been following this have probably heard the fact that the Titan is an only 5-person sub in the world that can reach the Titanic depths, 2.4 miles below the sea. And it's also the only one with a toilet. God, I hope that actually exports
Well, this is about the toilet, chat.
below the sea. And it's also the only one with a toilet. God, I hope that actually exports out into the sea. I really hope people don't have to deal with these septic issues, especially if they're, unfortunately, in the case of almost dying in this situation. Now, yet, I can't help notice how many pieces of the sub seem improvised. That's not something you want to hear. With off-the-shelf components, piloting the craft is run with a video game controller. Yeah, you might have heard that. Oh no, they're using a video game controller to pilot such an elite ship. Actually, I got a video for you too. Right here, we can actually see them showcasing the inside of this Titan submarine. So this is it. Like, this is for 5 people. Obviously, it's got some carbon fiber hidden around in the hull. It's got some windows to look out of. And of course, if we look inside, you've got some computers for understanding these ship systems, and also connected to, I assume, cameras outside the ship, so you can get a better idea of this Titanic that you're actually going to go see. That, not even kidding, is the fucking controller used to pilot this submarine. Now, of course, for any astute person, this is a Logitech F710 wireless gamepad. Now, you might be like, why would somebody use a wireless gamepad? Why the fuck would you bring a Bluetooth gamepad to the mix? Especially when, if you're going to be using a game controller in a submarine, it should probably be wired. You might be like, but Muda, why would you even use a game controller in the first place? And ladies and gentlemen, to understand, this is not something that's like super rare. To understand, even people that are in the military tell you that military sources around the world cite the same reason. Younger recruits are infinitely familiar with the user interface and ergonomics of a video game controller. And because Microsoft owns the Xbox brand, Xbox controllers are compatible with a variety of computer operating systems such as Windows. So in a way, a lot of things that are piloted, like drones, UAVs, robots, some of them will have like fully functional controls with Xbox, or game controllers. And the reality for that is, again, it's a lot simpler to use. Imagine when you're...
Yeah, I'm going to go see if I can find the toilet on Google. And I'll show y'all. And my cat said hello. A cat is glad to see everybody. Yeah, so I think this thing was just terribly, constructed. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. And that is very interesting, SC Wolverines, that you went there, and you also went to the Pirate Museum over in Nassau. I think I'm pronouncing that right. That's really cool. I mean, you and I have the same taste in things. Well, of course, with chat, we all think the same, but you've been to some cool places, SC Wolverines, from what you said. And if y'all went to some cool museums or something, I'd be interested to chat with talk about that. All right.
Playing a video game and you're like, damn, I wonder if this is what controlling like an actual like anti-tank robot or anti-diffuse robot is like. That's probably reality in some cases. Using a game controller is not super duper weird. However, the problem with this situation is using a fucking wireless one, it seems. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when you're at such depths, radio communications, Bluetooth communications can be finicky. You know what isn't finicky? A wire connected between the controller and the actual system. That will never waver, okay? And if the wire fucks up, then you can just interchange it with another wire. Controller messes up, you can use a different controller. But again, this is just one of the problems that the actual submarine had. From what I understand, too, the crew closes the hatch from the outside 17 bolts. So
right. I understand a dark meta, but like what Muda was saying, they need to have like a wired one, like a one that with a wire that would have plugged in and have worked better, because the wireless one may not be as efficient as the wired one, but you can say, is that true, that the wireless controller would have been not as good as a wired controller? You could answer that in the chat if you want.
People who are inside the submarine get bolted in, which I don't know if this is necessary.
Dude, you've been to Eager Allen Poe's Museum too? Bro, that's awesome. Dude, I like his movies, like the Vincent Price movies and stuff, man. That's really cool. Like, I'm glad that you saw that. Like, I went to the World War II Museum in New Orleans. That was a pretty cool place to go. And I remember I went to a couple different things around the area, and yeah, that was pretty cool. I went to the World War II. I went to some Civil War museums in Kentucky. That was really cool. Yeah, so Dark Meta, he's saying like if you had a wired USB, it would work better because the connection wouldn't work well underwater. And true or false? And you seem to say that it's false. That either one, it doesn't really matter. All right, interesting.
The smart thing to do. From what I understand, water pressure alone should prevent you from even opening a submarine. Inside 17 bolts. So people who are inside the submarine get bolted in, which I don't know if this is necessarily the smart thing to do. From what I understand, water pressure alone should prevent you from even opening a submarine hatch underwater. I don't know why you necessarily need to bolt it in, but then again, this is a pretty massive depth that they're going. So maybe I'm wrong in this case. Any submersible experts can correct me in the comment section below. Now, this isn't the only time they've done this expedition. They've done it a few times. But unfortunately, in this case, it seems like for the price tag, like I mentioned earlier, there were no safety redundancies, no form of beacons that would release, that would just float all the way to the top to signify to some of the, rescue personnel where the submarine would have been.
Okay, Muda was saying wired to the computer. Like wired to the computer, not to the sub, but to the computer. Wasn't being specific. LOL. Yeah, Cyber Chick and Dark Meta, that's pretty cool, the museums in Washington, D.C. There's also a museum in New Orleans that my grandma used to work at sometimes. Like, she volunteered there. And that place is pretty cool.
Forms of dye, no nothing. Literally, they sent this submarine down, and eventually, when it lost contact with the surface motherships, that is when like the red alert kicked off. And trying to find this thing has become a game of literally finding a needle in the world's largest haystack, the goddamn ocean. Okay. Again, it's baffling to me looking at this from like, again, I'm not like a nautical engineer or anything, but like literally looking at how this was designed, I can't imagine how they were ever given the clearance to even run this business in the first place. Looking into even their blog posts at OceanGate, literally I was looking into how the classification for the ship happened, and this is all the way back in 2019, so things could have obviously changed, but they were talking about how they weren't even classed at a point. So when OceanGate founded, the goal was to pursue the highest reasonable level of innovation in the design and operation of manned submersibles. By definition, innovation is outside of an already accepted system. However, this does not mean that OceanGate doesn't meet standards where they apply, but it does mean that innovation often falls outside of the existing industry paradigm. While classing agencies are willing to pursue the certification of new and innovative designs and ideas, they often have a multi-year approval cycle due to the lack of pre-existing standards. You know why that is? Because when you're designing such experimental technology, you need to put it through the ringer quite literally to make sure nothing fucks up. And if things do mess up, you have contingencies on top of contingencies. Because of this...
Now, I haven't seen that SC Wolverine because I have not been up there yet. But, that sounds really cool. Oh, I like dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are really cool. That's a whole rabbit hole of information about the dinosaurs.
You're playing with lives, when you're designing vehicles, especially...
Yeah, exactly. That's what Muda was saying about there's different reasons why you would have the wired one, and that was one of the reasons, so probably could have both, and maybe the connection wouldn't work as well, or they wouldn't have, like if the batteries ran out or something, you would have it plugged into the computer so it would be better. But yeah, a lot of people in the military use the controllers because a lot of people are used to playing them with the video games.
Like vehicles that send human beings to space, very dangerous environments, or the bottom of the ocean, the Marianas Trench, which is another very dangerous environment. Your materials, your ship, needs to meet standards on top of standards. That's just how it works. Anybody that thinks you don't need to do that, or that's just the government being annoying, you don't understand the amount of safety that's actually being exhibited when the government pushes for those kind of regulations. What's really like sad about this is when it came to like regulations, it seems like the sea.
Thanks for coming through, Rebel. And that was funny. I'm glad you came over.
Was pretty dismissive of this shit too, as according to an interview that he actually was part of. Listen to this one real quick. OceanGate's director of marine operations, David Lockridge, started working on a report around the time, according to court documents, ultimately producing a scathing document in which he said the craft needed more testing and stressed the potential dangers to the passenger of the Titan. 2 months later, OceanGate faced similarly dire calls from more than 36 people, industry leaders, deep-sea explorers, experts, who warned in a letter to the chief executive, Stockton Rush, that the company's experimental approach and its decision to forego a traditional assessment could lead to potentially catastrophic problems. Yeah, no shit. Mr. Conan said that Mr. Rush called him after reading the letter and told him that industry standards were stifling innovation. Yeah, that's not healthy to think. And now this dumbass is on the same submersible that he's actually put other lives in risk. Truly, truly, truly stupid individuals, man, I tell you what. Now, personally, obviously, I hope the best case scenario and the search and rescue operators behind this absolutely bring these 5 individuals back safe and sound. But this is a glaring showcase as to what happens when you don't take actual like precautions and you don't take actual basic safety guidelines into actual like, you know, if you don't actually process them the right way. Ladies and gentlemen, the Titan submersible has absolutely been lost searching for the Titanic. And I hope to God it doesn't share the same fate as the Titanic. I really hope that the individuals inside there right now, which I'll tell you right now, given where they're at, it's an absolute hellscape scenario that they're in. Oxygen is running out, but I really, 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 really am hoping that the Canadian Coast Guard and the American Coast Guard does an absolutely amazing job and recovers 5 individuals, all healthy and safe. And hopefully none of this shit can ever happen again. Because if those people are brought back safe and sound, the CEO for this company, Rush, has to absolutely answer for some real fucking heavy hands of negligence, is all I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. Wild, wild stuff. But yeah, I've been following this for the last day, really, and it's been absolutely wild. I mean, I've literally seen a lot of memes floating around about this stuff, but looking into the story, it's truly fascinating. But ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and yeah, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. Hopefully, these people are going to be just fine. Hopefully, hopefully the search and rescue operators succeed. This is me, Mutahar, and yeah, I'm out.
Alright, well, I'm very blue right now. No pun intended. So, I really look like an alien right now. Oh. Yeah, so anyway. Basically, you know, this was before they figured out it exploded. It imploded. Yeah, Stranded Lifeform, I agree. I think that it is giving them credit that, you know, okay, Cyberchick, it's all good. And yeah, because I think that he went along with them and he didn't just sit around, that he took the risk with them. And it's good that they wanted to explore, they wanted to take a risk. They, you know, these kind of people would go into probably a burning building to save somebody. You know, so there are good characteristics, and it's good that he went with them. But, like, it's unfortunate. The problem with him is he didn't heed the warning from the experts. And we all here can see that this thing wasn't really designed correctly. And that's just the unfortunate thing, that there was a loss of life. That he could have heeded the warnings and not died, but it's good that he did go along with them. Right, yeah, shout out to the Army. Yeah, shout out to them. LOL FC Wolverines. Yeah. So. Yeah, I do need to get the antennas. Yeah. Let's see. I have these sunglasses right here. These are my antennas right here. Yeah, my antenna's right here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so let's see. Let's see about the bathrooms. And I will say, like, there will be streams I'll do during the daytime, but I also do streams at night. I do like doing the day at night. I haven't done the ones in the daytime in a long time, but I do lives at different times, just for the record. Does the Titan submersible have a toilet? Inside the structure tour goes viral as search for missing Titanic submarine rages on. Let's see. I'm looking through to see what the thing is. Yeah, I'm looking at the see like where the Ocean Gate recently shared a video of their on their YouTube channel which reveals the conditions submersible inside and the accommodations of the 5 passengers, including pilot, 4 crew. However, except for the toilet seats have been not installed anywhere else, and all the passengers have to sit close to each other on the floor of the vessel. That's funny, Dark Meta. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't see like a picture of it. Let's see. That's the bathroom. Yes, so this is that's the bathroom right there. That's a tiny little thing. Yeah, so to answer your question, that's the bathroom right there. Stranded life form. It's right there. Yeah, and that is the thing inside. Yeah, it's like a giant coffin. It's like a bomb. Looks like a bomb. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Sarah. All the people are crammed in there. In the tardigrade. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's anything new about this. So James Cameron says the Titan passengers probably knew the submersible was in trouble. That's a good question. I don't. They didn't say. That's a good question. Yeah, they didn't say. I've not been to a rave actually. Yeah, so it's like I don't know about all the details all the details about it, but yeah, it's a tiny little dinky thing. Yeah, no snacks. Yeah. Yes, indeed, trained life form. And they were saying how he regrets not speaking up more. Yeah, I don't know if they had any snacks. I don't think so. Yeah, so James Cameron was comparing it to the Titanic disaster, and that's what we know. And he feels that he regrets not speaking up enough about it. Yeah, and Cameron was saying that he believes the Titan's hull began to crack under pressure, and that it's inside the sensors gave the passengers a warning of the effect. And we understand from inside the community that they have dropped their ascent weights and they were coming up. So this confirms what I was saying, that the people were trying to come up. And the Titanic director is no stranger to deep sea exploration. He's made a whopping 33 dives to the shipwreck himself, even calculating that he spent more time on the Titanic than the captain did in a century ago. Right, stranded life form, because that's the thing. Like, a lot of these people, some of these people, they don't have any sense, but they were able to, because they keep on going and going, so they're able to do well in another area, but they lacked it in another area. Like, they did good in this area, but not that area. But I think that it's good to be balanced in all areas. And I think basically with these people, it's absolutely crucial that they should have used their heads about this more, because this thing didn't really work out right. And he's known in the Mariana Trench, and the deepest known point on Earth, about 3 times deeper than Titanic wreck site. In 2012, in a 24-foot cylindrical submersible, and he spent 7 years building. He spent years and years building his thing, and he tested his thing on computers and stuff. So you can tell that, there's nothing wrong with exploration and seeing these different things, but you have to do it properly. And Cameron and many others in the deep sea submergence community had been concerned about the vessel's safety and OceanGate's experimental approach, and he said on Thursday, laminating, that the company had ignored experts' calls undergo a stranded certification process. And he's struck by the similarities of the Titanic disaster with the captain that was reportedly warned about the ice ahead of the ship. And I think that is very crucial about that. And the similarities between these two things. Now, chat, what lessons do you think can be learned from this situation about this Titanic disaster, this new Titanic disaster? What do you all think can be learned from this? Thank you, Sharon Lifeform. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Dark Meta. And he is struck with the similarities of the Titanic disaster itself, where the captain was repeatedly warned about the ice ahead of his ship, and yet he steamed up in full speed into an ice field on a moonless night, and many people died as a result. And Cameron said, All right. A good one, Sarah. That's true. SC Wolverines think before you swim. I agree, and failure is the greatest teacher. This is going to sound kind of silly, but I explored the hood with my friends. And by the grace of God, I'm safe and I'm cool. And I'm still here. But basically, when you're exploring, you got to do it properly. And bad things can happen. And exploring is good. We can learn from failures, and we now have proof and evidence that the design that they used doesn't work, and that pain from that incident is going to learn and teach future generations how to build these submarines right. And one day we could build a submarine that could go down there, and everybody will be okay. So I think that out of the worst things, the best things can happen. Like this YouTube channel created out of some situations. And then you can create good things out of bad situations. So I think that, think before you swim, and don't be a Wookiee. Exactly. And, oh yes, and look into the staff, past successes and failures of a tour, and also seeing about what kind of materials are used. It should be inspected, it should be tested. Cameron, it's not Cameron's fault. The CEO is arrogant. Nothing wrong with being confident. And arrogance can have some good characteristics to it. But there's a bad side to it that this guy had more of the bad side of it. He should have been confident and secure enough about it, but also be like, Cameron and community, is this right? And they could have worked on it for a couple of years. They could have worked on it and been patient. This guy lacks patience. That's the thing. And then he could have been patient, and then he could have went out and gotten it done, and everybody would have been okay. And it would have been a couple of years from now, but they still would have been alive. And let's see what else chat says. Engineers get paid a ton of money for a very good reason. There you go, Dark Meta. You get what you pay for. My computer I'm very pleased with it. I'm pleased with my microphone and my camera because I wanted to pay for a good service so I can do my live streams and enjoy my computer correctly, right? And, so I do believe that. The Volvo is a safe car. And, but things like that. You got to think, even if something's more expensive, you get what you pay for a lot of the times. And when you get something cheaply put together without expert help, it doesn't work. This is what happens. So I think that failure is the greatest teacher, and we're learning a lot of lessons from this event. And Stranded Lifeform says, hire people qualified to do a job. If expert tells you this isn't safe, listen to them and put your butt hurt to the side. Yes. Imagine exploring Brandon's brain super crazy. Oh yeah, and don't cut corners, right? And Biden's brain, right? How does that saying go? Always leap before you look, right? Yeah, clown world. SC Biden meme. Yeah, come on, man. Trump bad. Leg hairs. Yeah, yep. If someone wants you to sign papers to ride a tuna, a tuna fish can, don't do it. Confidence, cocky are two different things. Rush was cocky. Ah, good point, Strain at Lifeform. Exactly. Like, this will be controversial, and this will lead to a whole rabbit hole in chat probably, but like, with Andrew Tate, he was saying about where people that are like, there's jerks and there's people that are just confident and confident, secure, not pushover. But the other thing has bad characteristics that ladies and people don't like. And this guy was like a cocky person, and that was a very good example. Because there's nothing wrong with taking risks, nothing wrong with doing things properly. But like as I told you, if I jump off this house, if I jump off, a building, it'll be a problem. Yeah, I would hurt myself. You gotta read the fine print. And I've made mistakes. I'm not cocky, but I've made mistakes doing different things, and I didn't read the fine print. I didn't kill myself, obviously, unless I was kind of a zombie alien. But yeah, it's basically you gotta read the fine print. And that's a very good point, chat. Excellent chat. Excellent. Yeah, get what you pay for. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Good old pedo criminal. Yeah, exactly. Dark meta. And also, yep. Exactly, chat. Yeah, very good points, chat. Because that's the point of this, is learning lessons from this. And I've shown you all different YouTubers. Now, let's see. There's a video that wasn't shown to this audience. So I go live at night. Like tonight, I go live Thursday and Fridays at night. And I was like, because some people weren't here for the other one. That's why I played some of this stuff again. And Dark Minute. Oh yeah, I mean, Brandon would make the spaceship Brandonized. That's what I think. Correct. And yeah, I like swimming pools. Like, I used to play different things in swimming pools. I like that. Swimming pools are pretty cool. And I remember, it's been a while since I've been in a swimming pool, but yeah, so those are pretty cool. And I used to play, and then when I was younger. Although I'm still young when I was even younger than I am. Let's see, I had some other things going on here. Yeah, that was the tardigrade thing. That was that. Let's see, we could X out these two windows, just closing out things. Let's see. Yeah, that guy. With that. Yeah, so basically, this is some footage of the Titanic underwater. Gay spaceships. Alright. For copyright, I'm not playing the audio. That's Titanic. LOL, chat. Yeah, thank you, Strand Lifeform, for coming. I'm glad that, y'all. about what was going on. Basically, how over and over, like, I wanted to see the different testimonies and things. And I'm glad that you're here, Stranded Lifeform. You're a good caller, a very good caller. And the other night, or the nights ago live. And yeah, so basically, that was a Titanic underwater, and that's very cool. And I didn't want to make a video about this just yet until I got this other information. And yes, we talked about the lessons that we could learn from it, and that's pretty much it about the submarine until this point. That it imploded because it wasn't built right. We learned many lessons that you're not supposed to be cocky about things, and they should have had experts help them out. They should have been more patient. And, Brandon is a communist, a dirtbag. And also, we saw some different YouTubers and their take on this situation. And, let's see. So, Stranded Lifeform, do you want to see a little bit of the psychological analysis about the guy that the psychologist did on YouTube? Because I can play that again. But besides that, and I will keep going live about this and talk about these different things. And, we talked about the aliens, last night. We had a good discussion about it. And yeah, it is chilling. Yes, Stranded Lifeforms. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's hysterical. That's hysterical. And, let's see. I'm going to go over to this window and see something real quick. And yeah. God mode corruption. Yeah, because I think that there's a lot to learn from this. And I'm glad we discussed it. And I'm glad to see different YouTubers' perspective on these things. And do y'all think the Titanic could be cursed? Because, like, the people that played a Titanic thing, they went and they died. Like, they died. The ship hit a reef when they're playing the Titanic thing. It could be cursed things behind it. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to play this psychologist dude again. And I'm going to go do some... I'll be right back.
Today's question.
So, yeah, this is about the CEO, about like a psychological analysis about him, and I will be right back. All right. And I played this yesterday, but I'm going to play this for the people that are still here, that didn't see this, like when I was live. Yeah, true, Sarah, that makes sense. And SE Wolverines, that's hilarious. All right, BRB.
Can I analyze the case of Stockton Rush? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of Stockton Rush, which includes the Titan disaster, then move to my analysis. Richard Stockton Rush III was born on March 31, 1962, in San Francisco, California. He went by his middle name, Stockton. His family was exceedingly wealthy. His father was the chairman of an oil and gas company and a company that managed investment properties in
Sacramento. His family had inherited substantial wealth from a relative who had a leadership role at Standard Oil. Stockton was a descendant of two men who signed the Declaration of Independence, Benjamin Rush and Richard Stockton. When Stockton was young, he met an astronaut and developed a dream of becoming an astronaut himself. He wanted to be the first person on Mars. At age 19, he became a jet transport-rated pilot, qualifying with the United Airlines Jet Training Institute. He hoped this would bring him a step closer to his dream. In 1984, Stockton graduated with a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering, which also should have helped him in his journey to reach space. After finding out that his vision wasn't good enough to become a military pilot, he moved to Seattle and worked for the McDonnell Douglas Corporation as a flight test engineer for F-15 Eagle jet fighters. Stockton married a woman named Wendy Hollings Wheel in 1986. Wendy is the great-great-granddaughter of Isidore and Ida Strauss. They were first-class passengers on Titanic, who died in 1912 when the vessel sank in the North Atlantic. Both of them famously sacrificed their places on a lifeboat so that others could survive. They were two of the wealthiest people to die on Titanic. In 1989, Stockton Rush earned an MBA. He managed to become a millionaire by investing his inheritance into technology companies. Eventually, he had a net worth of $12 million. Stockton not only had an interest in going to space, but a desire to explore in general. Eventually, he came to believe that traveling to Mars was cost prohibitive and changed his focus to undersea exploration. After investigating the requirements to become a diver and contemplating the unpleasant experiences of being in cold water, Stockton decided that being in a submarine would be easier and more comfortable. He could not find any submarines for sale, so he decided to build his own. Stockton believed there was a lot of demand for underwater ocean tourism. In 2009, Stockton, along with a business partner, established a company called OceanGate. This company built their own submersibles and catered to this extreme tourism market. Considering what happened later in the story, the name OceanGate is kind of ironic. It's as if Stockton knew the company was destined to be involved in a scandal. I imagine him saying something like, "Let's just put the word gate at the end and save people the work of doing it later on." After working on two different submersibles, OceanGate constructed one called Titan. This 22-foot-long vessel weighed 23,000 pounds and was designed to reach a depth of 13,000 feet. It could hold a crew of 5. The idea was to transport passengers in Titan to various underwater areas of interest, like the wreckage of Titanic. The plan was to start making expeditions to Titanic in 2018, but various problems delayed operations until 2021. Titan made 6 dives to Titanic in that year and 7 in 2022. The first tickets for Titan were supposed to be priced at about $105,000. They went up to $125,000 before the first dive, and in 2022, the price ballooned to $250,000. Dives were planned again for 2023. After several delays, the first dive for the year took place on June 18. As it turns out, it would also be the last dive for Titan. Stockton Rush was the pilot of Titan on this dive. 4 passengers were on board as well. All of the passengers were wealthy.
My eyelashes have grown significantly, loving how dark and defined my eyebrows look.
Okay.
On this trip, the support ship for Titan was the research icebreaker Polar Prince, which monitored and supported the submersible. The dive started at 9 a.m. The last communication Titan had with Polar Prince was at 11:47 a.m. Several hours later, a search and rescue effort was initiated. On June 22, 2023, the U.S. Coast Guard found a debris field about 1,600 feet from the bow of Titanic using a remotely operated vehicle. The Coast Guard confirmed that the components were from Titan and that a catastrophic implosion killed all 5 members of the crew instantly. Stockton Rush was 61 years old. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts in a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1, Stockton Rush's legacy is in an interesting position. His death would of course create sympathy, but his potential recklessness has attracted anger and condemnation. Some people believe that his irresponsible behavior caused the Titan tragedy. Another unusual angle in this story is how Stockton was a victim of the tragedy himself. It's not like he was sitting in some office ordering other people to their deaths. He shared the same fate as the other victims. Stockton must have believed that the submersible was at least somewhat safe. Item number 2. Over the years, Stockton has made several unusual statements and decisions, which are particularly curious considering what happened. Here are a few examples. Stockton once said, quote, "At some point, safety is just pure waste. I mean, if you want just to be safe, don't get out of bed. Don't get in your car. Don't do anything," unquote. He admitted to breaking rules when he stated, quote, "I think it was General MacArthur who said, 'You're remembered for the rules you break,' and I've broken some rules to make this. I think I've broken them with logic and good engineering behind me," unquote. Stockton believed that government regulations needlessly prioritized passenger safety over commercial innovation. He didn't think operating a submarine or submersible was actually as dangerous as people said. He accused the sub-industry of being obscenely safe because of all the regulations. One has to wonder if Stockton ever listened to the statements he was making. Some of the components of Titan did not seem to be consistent with industry standards. For example, Stockton used a modified Logitech wireless gaming controller to pilot the sub, and the vessel contained LEDs purchased from an RV retailer. Stockton tried to rationalize his dangerous exploration travel missions by saying the future of mankind was underwater, not on Mars. He said, quote, "If we trash this planet, the best lifeboat for mankind is underwater," unquote. Stockton had supreme confidence in the safety of Titan. He had a patent on a real-time acoustic monitoring system that was used on the submersible. He claimed that it could detect the onset of buckling in the carbon fiber hull prior to a catastrophic failure. One critic of Stockton's invention said that it would only provide a few milliseconds of warning. Perhaps Stockton believed that he had inhumanly fast reflexes. Item number 3. What is a potential personality profile for Stockton Rush? This is just a theory, in my opinion. When I conceptualize personality, I use the 5-factor model. I remember the 5 factors using the acronym OCEAN: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. It would appear as though Stockton had high openness to experience. He was intellectually curious, had a lot of ideas, and tended to think abstractly. Despite his impulsivity, Stockton was probably high in conscientiousness overall.
My name is Charles, and I've got my buddy Dave with me.
Hello, this is Lauren.
It is T-Pain. How's it going?
He had extremely high extroversion. He was assertive, sensation-seeking, and had positive emotions. Stockton was probably mid-range to low on agreeableness. He appeared to have a
You see, like, this dude, Stockton. So yeah, his wife, his great-great-grandparents were on the Titanic, and the dude was the co-owner of Macy's. And also, you see how he is, and the guy, Stockton, and how he went downhill, and he was too confident that it would work, and it didn't. Yeah, idiocracy, exactly. Yeah, Hunter, yeah, definitely. He's up to something. I remember on the spaceship I was seeing, like, him, and he was, like, going on the moon. He was like, and there was, like, these gray aliens, and they were, walking around, like, and they were kind of, like, tripping out on something. It was wild. So, yeah, Hunter and them are insane. So, yeah, so that's basically with this dude. It's absolutely insane, and I think this is a good analyst about him, about the guy, Stockton.
Of the sub-industry and their safety regulations. And he had mid-range neuroticism. He was calm under pressure, but had difficulty resisting temptation. Stockton appeared to have a few narcissistic characteristics. like grandiosity, arrogance, and a sense of entitlement. When talking about the potential of going to space, he said, quote, "I had this epiphany that this was not at all what I wanted to do. I didn't want to go up into space as a tourist. I wanted to be Captain Kirk on the Enterprise. I wanted to explore," unquote. Many of Stockton's statements about safety appear to indicate a lack of insight and convey the sense that he believed he was special. Item number 4. Stockton was a leader in the extreme tourism business. Not only did he make money in this endeavor, he was a participant. He clearly desired to have extreme high-risk adventures. Among the wealthy, this appears to be a common sentiment. Several companies are offering trips to suborbital and orbital space for price tags ranging from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars. Some wealthy people have climbed Mount Everest. For $100,000, a person can visit the South Pole, and with OceanGate, at least until the Titan disaster, $250,000 would buy a front row seat to Titanic. What drives wealthy people toward extreme tourism? I think it really comes down to how people find and fulfill purpose in life. Some people are quite content engaging in safe activities, like spending time with family, going to the movies, working, and reading. But for others, life needs to contain a series of adventures in order to be interesting. These people tend to accomplish one challenging goal only to move on to another. The purpose isn't found by achieving the goal. The purpose is the never-ending pattern of adventure. It's always having another goal in the crosshairs. When they complete one, they're looking toward another. When people become wealthy, they may not be satisfied by simply earning more money. There's a point where a person has so much money, they can essentially have anything that they want. There is no longer a chance of losing the game. There is no more risk of getting harmed.
Whoa,
It's like
okay,
playing a video game with an
I didn't mean to
invincibility
interrupt the
cheat
doctor.
code.
Cyber Chick, that is unfortunate. And I'm glad for the update. I'm glad that you came around here and told us what's going on. And that was funny. Stranded life form, very funny. Chat's great.
Will become wealthy, they may not be satisfied by simply earning more money. There's a point where a person has so much money, they can essentially have anything that they want. There is no longer a chance of losing the game. There is no more risk of getting harmed. It's like playing a video game with an invincibility cheat code. It may be novel at first, but it quickly gets boring. A large quantity of money permits a person to seek an even greater source of stimulation. Just like using drugs, they have developed a tolerance for everything that can give them a rush, so they need a stronger drug. Going to space, climbing Mount Everest, or traveling to Titanic can represent that drug. These wealthy adventurers rationalize the trips by claiming they promote science or technology, but in reality, they're just looking for the next high. Being an extreme tourist can lead to the same place as being dependent on drugs. Sometimes there is a fatal outcome. I'm moving to my final thoughts. Stockton Rush wanted to have an audience as he journeyed to Titanic. His story is filled with parallels to the doomed ocean liner. For example, his wife was related to passengers who died on the ship. He named his submersible Titan. The owners of Titanic thought it was unsinkable. Stockton thought that Titan was unsinkable. The first tickets for Titan were priced to be the same as a ticket for the Vanderbilt suite on Titanic in 1912, adjusted for inflation. As it turns out, Titan eventually delivered the exact same non-survivable experience. And the sinking of Titanic was partially blamed on the arrogance of the captain. One could argue that the pilot of Titan possessed that same trait. Despite the tragedy of Titan, the world needs people like Stockton Rush, but it also needs a realistic view of their motives and limitations. Those are my thoughts on the case of Stockton Rush. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always generate an interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found my analysis of this topic to be informative. Thanks for watching.
All right. And that was the analysis of Stockton Rush. Really, dude? Really, ad? All right. Well, there's enough of that. And there's gonna be all kinds of stuff coming out about this. Kinds of stuff. So, I wonder. Yeah, so basically, that was the analysis, and I think that was well said, and I hope you all enjoyed that. And so now, chat and people that will see this in the future are very equipped of the situation, and I want to make clear, the 19-year-old was terrified to go on there, but he did it for his father. So y'all know everything to this point, what's going on, and this story is going to keep on going and going. A lot of YouTubers, it was like a cold front. And I know with weather, it's like hitting a wall, like a bunch of tomatoes hitting a wall. And it's good people were covering the story, and people are covering it as fast as they can. And in this situation, a lot of people are covering the story, but now, as I said, I wait to see more information to come out, and now you all can know what I know at this point. I told y'all about the Titanic. I told y'all how it works, how it could have been saved, and I showed you the model and some diagrams, and we saw some Titanic survivors, and I think that, I'm glad that I shared that with y'all. And that's basically the situation with the Titan submarine. And so what do y'all think about the mind of this guy, of the CEO? It's like, now I know before I asked this question before, I think something like that, but after you saw the psychological review, I hope you all have now a new understanding about the CEO. That's the point I want to make. And let's see. You're welcome, SC Wolverines. And Stranded Lifeform has an interesting point. That's not a good point. The world does need people like Rush, so we can learn what not to do. Learn why peeing on electric fence by watching the fool get zapped, as it were. I agree. And I said that earlier about how basically with the dude, you have to have failures to happen for success. And it's important to have people like that so we can succeed and know what to do and not to do. I agree. I agree with Stranded Lifeform. I don't disagree. I agree with your point. But overall, I think the psychological analysis, the cockiness of this guy and the eeriness of the similarities, I think that was basically, that part was a good point. But yeah, no, I agree. Because failure is a great teacher. And it's unfortunate that those lives were lost. And people should read the fine print. Let's see. So what else you got here? Right, and there's I could cover Titanic for years and years, through live streams.
As time passed.
And I think basically, because I will show more Titanic stuff over time, but and there's people all over YouTube, all over there covering it. And I think it's necessary for these things to happen. Everything happens for a reason, in my opinion. And yeah, it wouldn't be good to do that to an electrical fence. Yeah, totally. And so many, now, some people are thinking there is foul play, you know, that they wanted them to die or whatever, but I think it was just a situation of arrogance. Now, I heard one time Brandon, the hunter, Brandon was trying to board the spaceship secretly, but he was not allowed in. That's something that I heard recently from the other aliens. I'm reading some comments. Let's see. Yeah, the problem was with the CEO. And it's a lot like Titanic. Let's see. Yeah, that's recorded.
Says it looks more and more like the situation with the Ocean Gate Titan sub that was.
Yeah, this was another video I was looking at. Let's see. Extreme tourism. I'm just closing out different windows. All right. Now, I think, yeah, I'll play another video about this. Another YouTuber analysis. Let's see. Okay, Cyberchick. Thank you for the information, and you just do what you have to do. And yeah, I could play another video. Yeah, we do that now. While everybody's here and everybody's still going. Let's see. Now I'm going to reload this. Remember, I was doing something analysis of the size of the ship. Alright. Almost there, chat. Almost there. Okay. I'm going to review another video. And we got some more ads.
Says it looks more and more like the situation with the Ocean Gate Titan sub that was going to visit the Titanic wreckage will be a catastrophe. It will be a tragedy. And that's most unfortunate. And my heart goes out to the families of the folks that are there, all the folks that are impacted by this, because this is truly not just going to be a tragedy, but a scandal in terms of the background, the safety, and what's going on revolving the Ocean Gate sub. As always, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is the Legal Mindset, where we let you be your own judge. And today we're going to talk about something that is both timely and a bit somber, but also raises a lot of different questions. It raises questions of sovereignty. For example, this is an issue that is happening on international waters. This is happening where there are no rules, where libertarians would set up seasteads and whatnot, and just live without any sort of.
Yeah, shout out to Cyber, great warrior and great patriot. And Rumble's cool. Y'all could, put links if y'all want to. And y'all could send me anything you want and I'll review it. But yes, anybody could send links about their channels or whatever, it's fine. And yeah, because I agree with you, Strain at Lifeform, that there wasn't any nefarious things happening. This was a combination of arrogance, ignoring safety standards, and doing things cheap. Yeah, I agree. And I'll say, is anybody interested in calling into the show? Because I could open up the lines. So I'll put that out there that if anybody's interested, I could open up the lines of calling in. Alright. If anyone wants to call in, just put it in the chat. So anyway, this was an older video, and some people had conspiracies about it, that it could have been done on purpose, but I don't think it was done on purpose. I think it's what Strain at Lifeform said. Right, but now I'll say a comment about the border that I think it's absolutely absurd what's going on, and all the people that are being imported in. It's absolutely insane. And I think that it's crazy down there. Again, another source of arrogance. And God bless Cyber and chat. And everything was fine. And yeah, so basically, so I mean, the points are it was an accident because it was wear and tear. It wasn't constructed right. It wasn't built right. The guy was arrogant. He was cocky. And the people went along with him, didn't read the fine print or whatever. And it was a mistake and a terrible tragedy. And we could learn from this lesson and to not repeat this again. And so I don't think that there is any scandals going on like this person may be saying. But this was before the submarine was discovered in pieces. Alright.
Like a regulation. And what we may see coming from this is, in fact, a lot of regulation, not just of submersibles like the OceanGate Titan sub, which was not subject to the same requirements as a ship that's on the top of the water. But we're going to see not just regulations for those and those produced in America and the West, but I think we're also going to see regulations that are going to be put upon international waters. And
you see, now we got these people that are saying that it has to do with a conspiracy. How all these people are saying that it has to do with a government plot to take more control. In my opinion, it's not true. It's just that sometimes it's good to have some things regulated. Sometimes. You know, I think that it's very important. You know, like to have, like, it just depends on the situation. So that's not to generalize. That's my thoughts.
Further restricting those that would go out there and try to do things, let's say, a little bit under par. And furthermore, we're going to see billions of dollars in liability for OceanGate as a company, which is headquartered in Washington in the United States, just outside of Seattle. And we're also going to see, you know, in addition, probably, unfortunately, wrongful death suits that are going to be brought by these families. And also we have included in those 5 passengers the CEO of the company. So really, it's sad that this will be, it seems, the end of OceanGate as we're looking at the potential liability they're going to face, the regulation, and everything that will come from this. So for those that don't know the background, OceanGate is a company that was offering tours of the Titanic. They were offering a Titanic expedition. And of course, look, the Titanic is something that is very well in the minds of those around the world. People watched Titanic, the movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio, and they were fascinated by the wreckage, by the mystique, by the, you know, era, by the hubris of the technology. And perhaps in a very sad, somber way, this is a parallel of, you know, relying, looking at the technology and thinking, oh, it's okay, we can just go with this, without thinking of fail-safes, without thinking of contingencies. And these crewed missions that were going down by OceanGate in the OceanGate Titan, and that is a depiction right here, a rendering of the Titan next to the Titanic, right, looking at the wreckage. These cost about $250,000 a pop, so every person going down there would pay about $250,000, which apparently was very cheap because apparently the cost of fuel, just fuel alone, just to get there, was $1 million. So they're really not making that much money on.
Exactly, SE will, Dark Meta, exactly. Right, and yeah, with the border, I think basically, yeah, because it's really crazy. There's a lot of people that are like Chinese. There's a lot of people that are coming through, and they're definitely infiltrators from other countries. Not really from Mexico, but a lot of places in South America I've discovered. I agree, SC Wolverines.
This endeavor, which perhaps is going to go to show why it seems to very clear now that OceanGate was cutting corners on their submersible and cutting corners in their operations. So these crewed sites were advertised and planned for 18 dives. They planned 18 dives in the summer of 2023 and beyond. So this is kind of early into their plans. This happened relatively early on into their planned series of dives, going down to 3,800 meters, approximately 380 nautical miles south of Newfoundland. Yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot that they were planning to do. Down to see the Titanic. And look, I know the interest is there, but does that justify cutting corners on the way there? We're going to see that this company, if we talk about negligence in a legal sense and gross negligence, I believe they rose to clearly gross negligent, if not wanton disregard standard proof here with their actions. And I do think, by the way, that there could be some folks that are involved in this that could potentially even be liable criminally. We will see where this proceeds coming from this. But there were warnings as of 5 years ago about the danger of the Titan submersible. There were people that were coming out there and saying this thing was dangerous. And we're seeing these reported here on Twitter, left and right, with them really focusing on the submersible not being classified, not being certified to go to that depth. And the various components of that submersible were not capable of going to that depth. And they would say, they'd make up excuses like saying, oh, well, the classification and the certification isn't important. It doesn't properly address the operational risks. And I like this comparison here. Imagine if a car manufacturer told you this car isn't crash certified because it won't prevent people from driving badly. That's the same sort of logic that they were using in cutting corners. They're saying, well, you're never totally safe, right? No matter what you do, you're never totally safe. So don't worry about it. It doesn't matter whether we're certified or not, right? We're going to YOLO this. And I understand, look, I'm no fan of regulation over regulation, but I do think there should be certain standards and guidelines that are followed.
Exactly, because there needs to be standards and guidelines out there so people are not, doing silly things like this. I agree with him totally. Because you're going to have different people that are going to come up and say these, political things, but this was just an unfortunate situation.
There's a reason why businesses follow industry standards. You say, okay, this is the way we do it because this is the safer, more reliable method, this is the time-tested method. And I get that sometimes adventure and pioneering does involve taking risks. But at this point, where the sub was, they were moving into commercial territory. The Titanic is not something that we have just seen for the first time. We've seen the Titanic many times. In fact, James Cameron went down to that Titanic 33 times. But the difference is that when James Cameron went down, he went down in something that looked much like this. You can see James Cameron on the top in his submersible. And what they went down there on Ocean Gate was on the bottom. It was a game controller and consumer-grade electronics inside with a single activation button, really nothing else in the submersible, just a single button to turn it on. That's it, push and go with consumer-grade products within the submersible. You can see the inside of Cameron's submersible, much more detailed, much more redundant than this, which is just a barren metal tube. And so this was kind of pointed out repeatedly by the folks over here on Twitter. And I want to point out some warnings that were given, and these warnings were given, fairly quickly, fairly shortly before the actual tragedy. And when you see things like this happening and you decide to go ahead, I think this is certainly wanton disregard. So let's listen into what happened to these guys just mere weeks before this tragedy.
I said, do you know where we are? 100 meters to the bow, then 470 to the bow. If you are lost, so are we.
There's no...
So hold on. If you are lost, so are we. So just understand that this submarine and its support ship, the parent ship up above, they communicate by text message. So if one of them's not getting that message, it's completely lost. They don't know where they are. They have no way to navigate independently. That's it. This is not...
Yeah, exactly. It's like you could see how complex Cameron's was, and then you could see how complex the other guy's was. That's, my point. Yeah, exactly. Like it wasn't completely constructed correctly.
A great system to run on. And let me rewind that a bit and play it through.
100 meters to the bow, then 470 to the bow. If you are lost, so are we.
There's no GPS underwater, so the surface ship is supposed to guide the sub to the shipwreck by sending text messages.
Turn 30 degrees right?
Probably, yeah, 30 degrees.
But on this dive, communication...
Did you hear that? They're like probably 30 degrees. By the way, I want to point out something else as well. There was separate filming given to me by Max Mura of the staff that they were hiring at Ocean Gate. And they were actually justifying hiring inexperienced staff that had not worked on submarines, staff that had no Navy experience, no military experience. They justified hiring these people like surfers, like people who are college kids, because they said we want to be diverse. Yes, I'm not kidding. They said they wanted to be diverse and have people with a diversity of experiences, not just 50-year-old white submarine guys. Their words, not mine, in an interview with the Ocean Gate company. So they were hiring inexperienced employees as well to oversee this project. So you not only have a product where you're cutting corners, but you have people that are not...
Exactly. It's like this thing was about to go down, and they went and had a problem. And see, straight life form. James Cameron also had a professional team working with him, and every thinkable safety measure was considered. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. This guy wasn't like that. They didn't do that, and the thing just wasn't designed right. Like, I saw Titanic. I remember the beginning. That thing was very technically advanced. And exactly, dark meta facts.
Experience as they should be to do this job.
By sending text messages.
Turn 30 degrees right?
Probably, yeah, 30 degrees.
And that guy, so you hear that say probably 30 degrees. Not even sure, just maybe 30 degrees.
But on this dive, communications somehow broke down. The sub never found the wreck.
We were lost. We were lost for 2.5 hours.
Rush says he'll offer those passengers a free do-over next year. And that's just one cost of doing this business.
Are you making money on this operation?
No. So, not yet. People might say, hey, that's a lot of money, $250,000. But we went through over $1 million of gas.
So once again, this is the thing. If you're running this thing as a low budget operation, you're gonna have those risks. And one thing they bring up is, they were required to sign a waiver, right? There was a waiver beforehand. And I'll show you guys them, going through this and going through the waiver real quick. But no waiver is going to get you out of wanton disregard, gross negligence. If you ever sign a waiver and they go to this level, an Ocean Gate level of negligence, yeah, that waiver is not going to stick. Ocean Gate is going to be hit with this. They're going to be held culpable for this, absolutely, under American law. But let's just check in on this.
Life alert. Yeah, so this is something new I learned, that they already tried this before and they got lost and they weren't sure what they were. You got that right, Stranded Life Form. Exactly. That they send a text and then it fails. Yeah, so, that's what I think, and it was interesting seeing the guy talk a little bit in the interview, and it's just so sad that they all perish, man. Rest in peace. I mean, that's just terrible. That and especially the 19-year-old. But yeah, man, in chat, I really feel that this could have been avoided if they would have done it correctly. I would have waited for years and years and would have done the things and would have had Cameron and the other people that knew what they were doing to advise the construction of it. That's what I would have done personally.
Let's see this.
Service. An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. And could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death.
Did you guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? Hold on, one more time. I want to get that waiver in there.
An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I...
Yeah, that is just creepy. Like, and that's what the waiver says. And the people, like, went and signed it. Maybe they didn't read the fine print. I think that is absolutely creepy. Yeah, some nerd blocks the Surface text because they kept blowing up the text while he was checking TikTok. No, wait, the text was on silent. Oh shit, laughing my ass off. Recipe. Yep, Wolverines, yes indeed.
Okay, so just real quick. Just because you tell people, and look, yes, of course, having express consent is better than not having express consent. But that doesn't get you out of your duty, right? You should have a duty before you send somebody down there to do some basic due diligence on whether or not you're going to be able to do this reliably, predictably, especially if you're doing this for profit, for money, right? So, to me, that waiver, despite the fact they warned of serious injury or death, not going to get them out of it. Despite the fact they said their submarine was not classified, not going to get them out of it. Particularly when you see, once again, what they're dealing with on the inside.
Oh, take your shoes off. That's customary. Okay. Wow.
Inside, the sub has about as much room as a minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button. That's it. It should be like an elevator. It shouldn't take a lot of skill.
The Titan is the only 5-person sub in the world that can reach Titanic depths, 2.4 miles below the sea. It's also the only one with a toilet.
There's the toilet. Okay. There it is right there, a stranded life form. I think I showed it to you before earlier, but there you go. There's the official one.
4 miles below the sea. It's also the only one with a toilet. Sort of. And yet, I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
We can use these off-the-shelf components. I got these from Camper World.
So you've got consumer grade, going back here, consumer grade electronics. So once again, consumer grade is not meant to stand up to the salt water, to the corrosion, to the temperature changes. So all of this stuff is going to fail. Like when you go down there with consumer grade, it's going to fail because it's never been tested under these conditions. It has no predictability and reliability of those particular products. So I guarantee you that little campering light, yeah, that thing is probably long out by now. Just throwing that out there.
From Camper World, we run the whole thing with this game controller. Come on!
And some people have said, okay, defending the game controller because, okay, it's intuitive and it's simple to run, okay, whatever. But beyond that, if you want to go beyond what they're doing with just the game controller, and you look at the actual ballast of this, it was just actually a bunch of, the ballast itself was just literally a bunch of tubes. So the ballast was an absolute joke. Just a bunch of metal tubes that were just thrown down here. Here, I got a picture of it right here. A bunch of metal tubes.
Yeah, stranded life form. Hey, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I don't mind people being creative or building or inventing something. I encourage everyone to do that if they want to. But you gotta do things properly. Oh, what did this man say? The guy will probably get sued. He probably wrote the waiver on a subway napkin. Yeah, facts, dude. Facts. And the dude was like, good thing they promised not to sue in case they died. I'd def sue if I died. I'd sue too, Dark Meta. I'd sue too. This man. He's like, you mean to tell me You never pooped in a bottle before? Weirdo. Yeah, yep. We are weirdos. Yeah. Chat's on fire. Chat's on fire. Facts. Yeah, a shout out to chat. Let's see. You know, let's see if this Amber turd. Yeah, so a shout out to chat. Yeah, shout out to chat. Always. That was hysterical. Chat's extremely funny tonight as usual, giving chat a round of applause. And also, yeah, Amber is oh, the Johnny Depp trial. Oh, I remember from the Johnny Depp trial, they asked the dude that was on the stand. They were like, the dude was like, so you heard about the Marlon Brando, and he was just like, isn't he dead? He didn't use an earpiece. He's dead. He's like, when he's alive, he didn't use an earpiece. And they're like, yo, did he ever see the Willy Wonka movie? And the dude at the Johnny Depp trial was like, got to answer this question, boy. Yeah, it would just be clean. It would just be like Michelin clean, like that. I'm sure Amber Heard was the one that came up with the idea of the toilet. That's just my opinion.
That's the ballast. Does that look like it's reliable? No, it looks like they were going for a minimum viable submersible, the minimum viable thing to get them going. And that's really the issue here, and that's what's going to have them held liable in court in the United States, particularly when I think there is going to be wrongful death suits here. There is going to be follow-ups from this, and I absolutely think that this is something that is going to result in regulation. Now, look, like I said, I am not a fan of regulation. I'm not a fan of going out there, particularly in regulating one of the last unregulated areas, international waters. But unfortunately, when you have 5 people from several countries dying, you're going to have a Frenchman who is one of the biggest experts on the Titanic. You're going to have a British billionaire aviation expert pass away, a Pakistani billionaire and his son, right? The CEO of OceanGate. I mean, this is going to be major. This is going to be a big thing. And all the countries are going to come together and say, hey, we're never letting this happen again. That's absolutely in the cards. I want to know what you guys think about this, but please maintain respect in the comments. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe on this video. I hope to bring more information on this as it unfolds and cover it really from a legal and a regulatory.
This dude did a really good review. Remember she said her dog stepped on a bee? Yeah, she dropped a grumpy. I remember that.
Don't miss out on our store closing sale. Cherish Pearls is going out of business, and we're...
All right. You.
This is something real funny from the Johnny Depp trial. I was there, like, in the chat, in the Independent, and I met a lot of cool people there. Shout out to them. They subscribed to the channel. They joined the spaceship. And this dude, like, his reaction was priceless. And this was one of the funniest things to me. When I remember watching this live. And, yeah, Amber Turd, Yeah, she definitely came up with the idea with that thing with the toilet. Yeah.
Indicated in your opinion today that you thought, oh, well, why don't we move a little different? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
It's like you're trying to reason with the turd squad, and it doesn't work. Like Dark Matter would have had a field day with this guy.
Under doing, you're saying AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing value with somebody you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
Okay,
don't
great.
read the rule.
Okay, move on.
This dude thinks he's so smart. Like he thinks he's like so intelligent. Like this man's like the turd professor, like Turdstein.
Know the rule. All right. You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What do I use a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony
What
here?
what I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in...
All the people she knows are like nuts. And I remember like when I was at the live stream, I knew this dude that acted with him in a movie in the 21 Jump Street, and he would come in the chat sometimes. I remember his name. It was Hawaii 5-0. And he was telling me about Johnny and the different things, and he saw him homeless in the street when he was a taxi driver over there, and then he was telling me about how like some of the actresses, they'll marry the wealthy actors and stuff, and then the next day does a 180, and this dude was like, Amber Heard's such a young lady, and me and Johnny Depp with all his drugs, it was like a gangster. And then he like flipped and switched sides on her side, because you had people in the chat that supported her, and then me and the other people were like having a war like all day long. I kid you not, with these people. And like it was interesting to hear the guy and talk to the dude, but like he like flipped on me, and I couldn't just like tolerate that. And I let the Hawaii 5-0 have it, although I enjoy talking to him, and he was cool to chill with. I still disagree with him about Amber Turd. Remember, she was like, my dog stepped on a bee. And yeah, the dude looks nuts. The dude looks like he's been snorting moon rocks and crack with Brandon and Hunter secretly, with Turd on the Titan. That's my opinion.
Processing speed. All I'm saying.
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the
This man's face.
deposition.
This man's face.
Given in this case.
And I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like, I'm judging yours right
The look in the lawyer's face and Johnny's face. I mean, I remember this. I remember when this happened. And I couldn't stop laughing. I was like about to die. Like this was like hysterical.
now. You're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your process speed right now is not slow.
It's that moment you run out of crack. It's like when you have turds, but the turds claim you. It's like when you're on a submarine, the Titan, and it clogs up. It's like, yeah, like that face. They make so much memes out of that. Back to the Future.
So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, but no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it. Right. When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory?
I literally died laughing at this point. Me and his other user, she subscribed to the channel, my channel, Byzantine Ladybug. We were just like, her and I and the others were just joked out. Look at this man's face. All right, here we go.
That one when you were comparing this processing speed?
What was that? What was this, some kind of alien sign language?
Did you look at that one when you were comparing this processing speed?
Let's see, we gotta adjust the speed a little bit in this one.
Factory. Did you look at that one when you were comparing this processing speed?
Oh God. Oh God. Here I go again, alright.
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right. You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, but... Yeah. Yeah, so basically, that was hysterical. I remember when, like, that was going on, like, I remember that whole thing, that was hysterical. I remember with Amber Heard's, female lawyer in the TMZ, let's see if I can find that one. That one was hilarious. That one, I remember I was in this room, walking back and forth, and it was very stormy and rainy, and me and the French lady were talking about different things, and about the a chat and stuff, and about the trial and how crazy she is. Like, we're talking about the psychological stuff, and with everybody else, all my other friends in there, I miss it. It was nice, and it was raining, and the TMZ dude was talking to Amber Heard's lawyer, and man, that got me cracking up laughing. Amber Heard's whole crew was a joke. Okay, chat, a joke. That's what the whole thing was, and that was hysterical. I want to see if I could find that clip. Good memories. Let's see. All right, I remember when this happened. I was walking around and like I sat down for a second, and man, he ended her whole career. He ended her whole career. This is the little clip I want to show. Let's see.
These ones are the Charmaine. I love these.
And we got some more people talking, and we're going to cut that out. Okay.
If you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware. Okay, you know this case
Like, the reaction is hysterical. Like,
being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated
know
question.
whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And I was not dispatched.
Do you know
I worked in the office.
why the deposition?
this lady was a moron, in my opinion. Like, she was an idiot. I remember the day that Johnny won. That was an awesome day. I remember, like, she was, Amber Heard was, like, all depressed, and, like, the lawyer's like, blah, 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 I'm intelligent. And then it's like, man, it was like, and everybody came outside. It was epic. That was epic. Wow, and everybody, chat was so happy. It was like winning a war. That was awesome.
Did not work out.
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the actual
Do you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
All right, well, yeah, that was hysterical. Yeah, I remember when that happened. Like, the chat was freaking out, and the people in the courtroom were freaking out, And I remember the Amber Heard had another psychologist, and like she was like crusty. She was real silly. I mean, and I remember like with Johnny Depp, he would be like a big large glass of wine, like real like chill. And she would get all emotional. I remember like she would get real emotional. Oh, that's Dean Martin. It's a famous singer. Yeah, she would get real emotional, and she would like pretend to cry, and she used to wear like these communist outfits. Now, riots, I'm not too sure what riots. This was like a year before the 2020 riots, I think. But I don't know, maybe something was going on then. But yeah, it was hysterical. I agree, Dark Meta. Yeah. And what y'all think of that, chat? Wasn't that was real funny. And I'm gonna have to go back and like look at more, and I'll do more streams about that. And there's all kinds of different topics, and I'll be covering this thing throughout the week. Week or when I go live. That makes sense. And basically, let's see. I'll go back, but I'm still gonna look at some of this, and we could look at whatever. Let's see some more funny things. Now, let's see how Amber Heard reacts to backlash, like from Dark Meta and me and everybody else. Dark Meta, this is her reaction to all of us.
You cannot tell me that you think that this has been fair.
Amber Heard is breaking her silence after the highly publicized defamation suit brought against her by Johnny Depp.
Even somebody who is sure I'm deserving of all this hate and vitriol, even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation.
On June 1st, Amber was found liable for defamation.
I'll put it this way.
Son, I had to like, by the grace of God, I was, these French people were in there, and like everybody was like in there, and I was given the arguments to refute for hours and hours and hours, all day long, refuting the people to get people to see Johnny Depp was an okay dude. And then you got the other dude that turned on me, and then he started having a war with me, and chat was like going, and yeah, man, like, yeah, but she, like, yeah, I had to balance this out and give Johnny a fair representation. Yeah, Johnny was hilarious. And the true story, and SC Wolverines went to high school and with the kid and was quiet, and he robbed like 5 houses, and every house he took crapped like on the living room floor. Oh my God, that's just disgusting. And yeah, Dark Meta, mostly peaceful pooping. Yes, indeed.
How could they not come to that conclusion? They had sat in those seats and heard over 3 weeks of non-stop, relentless testimony from paid employees.
So you don't blame the jury?
I don't blame them. It wasn't.
Okay, lady.
I don't blame them.
I was there too. Like, you were a jackass lady. Like, you know, very bitchy. Like this lady, like she is like was so not fair. And she always wore like communist type uniform. She wore a communist uniform one time. She wore different things in the past. And like she would wear like a cowgirl outfit. She wore all these different outfits. And like I was saying, chat, like she's dressed like Mao Zedong. Like Mao Zedong. I mean, it was just wild. Like I think like she was not right. No, I disagree with her.
They understand he's a beloved character. And people feel they know.
They were telling me in chat like, you like Johnny Depp because he was a Willy Wonka and he was part of Jack Sparrow. It's like, no, if he did something wrong, yeah, I would call it out. But no, he was wronged by you.
He's a fantastic actor. You cannot tell me that you think that this has been fair.
Amber Heard is breaking her silence after...
So, Dark Meadow, what do you think about what she had to say? What's your reaction to that,
Welcome
Dark
to
Meadow?
Wander Cave Creek, located
And
a
there's some
short
more
drive from
ads.
Phoenix, Arizona. My name is Sarah, and I will be giving you a tour of this 20...
Do a bump. Straight life form, I'm not quite sure exactly what's going what you mean by that. If you be more descriptive, and I'll refresh our memory. Alright. I remember her, Judge Penny. I remember Judge Penny. Okay, I'll tell you a story about me. So I was on The Independent, and that's where I met my squad. So this is what happened. It was really rainy down here, and it was rainy from down here to Virginia, from West Virginia, because my friend, she was in West Virginia. And we were, because that's where this was in Virginia. So we were chilling, and the weather was down here to New Orleans to up there, and probably up to Canada. That's what the system was, and there's a tornado. And the power went out, and the Independent wasn't able to get it. So chat was telling us to go over to Law and Order. So a cyber chick, I went over to Law and Order and saw the rest of the day of the trial, and it was really rainy. And yeah, we all went over there, and it was funny, and we met some new people. So I mostly was at the Independent, but I did go to Law and Order for that one time. Independent had an outage. That was just wild. Everybody was going back and forth. It was crazy. And dude, see if you can find that Jack Sparrow meets kid in hospital. Oh yeah, I saw that, and I'll definitely show that on the screen. I'll definitely do that. That's a good point. So Johnny Depp, he went and helped. He would go to the hospitals and he would save the little children, and he's so sweet, so nice. Yeah, he's helped so many people. Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that stranded life form. That's what that meant, because I'm not used to I'm from another generation. But so yeah, I've heard that too. Yes, we thought that she was on something. We thought she was doing something like that. Yes, I remember the incident. I remember that, like when she would go with the tissue. Yeah, that's what we thought. Yes, stranded life form. Yes, that's what we think. Oh, thanks, Dark Meta. I'll go put it on the screen right now, and then I'll get back to the trial reaction. And I'll do more of these trial reactions in the future, but this is a perfect time to start. You see, I had the picture of the Johnny Depp trial because I made that as my thing. Alright.
I'm waiting for a surprise in isolation. And I hope it's not like spiders. I don't know, it could be somebody famous, it could be a giraffe. It could be like a zoo animal, I don't know, it could be anything.
This dude's awesome. I remember I've seen these things before, and he's seen so many children, so many people. I mean, he's helped so many people. He has a really big heart, and that's just... And I really liked watching him coming up as a kid. My old girlfriend from school, we were at the park where 21 Jump Street was refilmed for the movie, and we had a good time there. Yeah, he is a Chad. I remember her and I had a good time when we were helping out with something called the Key Club. We were helping out with selling drinks and stuff, and yeah, we had a good time, ate some pizza. And we saw 2 ducks hanging out in the water. And yeah, it was nice. And we both like Johnny Depp.
Why do you think they've chosen you?
Because, I don't know, because I guess because I've been fighting, I've fought cancer twice, and I kind of deserve something special, but I think everybody should have something special too. Do not be putting me in a room full of spiders.
What's going on, Jerry?
Oh my gosh.
What do you think?
Well, it's obviously something big.
Yeah, this is so really inspiring. You know, that he did this and he helped these people out, like, and he was there for them. Wow, this is just beautiful. He's done this so many times. God bless him. And yeah, I agree. Stranded Life Form, they're so woke. Yeah, Disney is a joke. Yeah.
You can go up. No.
We've come to take you to the room of spiders. I don't like spiders. May I have a hug?
Yes! The fact that the demented demon, the demonic bitch, Amber Heard, would mess with this dude like that and slander him and ruin his name, in my opinion, is just disgraceful. Alright? Absolutely disgraceful. He's not perfect, but still, like, it's evil. And Disney was soy. Disney had no nuts. Disney was sissies for doing that. Yes, I do agree. I think that is true. Stranded Life Form.
Hello. That's Scrum.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
He's filthy.
No, I'm not.
More than me.
All the time.
We're both filthy. Caitlin?
Filthy dirty.
How do you do? Caitlin refuses to speak to me.
This is so magical. This is so magical. God bless this man. Always good to help those that are sick and needy. You know, that is just, you know, amen. Like, this is great. That all the people can agree on this, that this is the righteous thing to do. And I've seen countless videos of this. Alright? I enjoy the Pirates of the Caribbean. My area is a lot like the Caribbean. I could literally take a boat or a plane and get there in a couple hours or so. Like, I really like the Pirates of the Caribbean and the different things. And shout out to this dude, always. And I'm glad that I was at the Johnny Depp trial through the YouTube, and I'm glad I defended him and to help people see the truth about him. I'm glad that I was there.
She does.
He can rhyme, great.
May I have a hug? It's like speaking without talking. It's like saying it without saying it. You know what I mean? How do you do? The other side.
Where are you? Where do you think you are?
I have no idea. Where am I?
Alright, SC Wolverines, thank you for staying around. And I'm glad that you got to see this. And I will play this stuff again in the future. And I will review the Johnny Depp trials and stuff. I'll go over these videos again. Just like I went over the content before, I'll do it again. Because I have different audiences in different places. Thank you, SC Wolverines. And all of you for staying up like this. And being with me. I really appreciate it. You know, this channel has gone so far. Since its beginning. It really has.
Children's Hospital.
Oh, that's right. I'm at the Children's Hospital. How do you do? How do you do? How do you do?
Yes, it is.
How do you do? This is a lovely place. It is lovely. Do you know it's very well lit?
Yes, it is. It's really bright.
And the people here seem lovely.
Yeah, they are.
I hear you made an incredible amount of progress, you.
Yes.
I'm a big fan.
Dinner, just in time. What's your favourite?
Hello.
I like chicken.
Chicken. Okay. All right, I'm not making it.
Hey, Jacob. Nice to see you, man. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for the update, Cyber Chick. Thank you so much for the update. And good night, SC Wolverines and Sarah. And thank you, Cyber Chick, and feel free to share links if you'd like. And yeah, everything like about Johnny Depp, he never breaks character. He's always yeah, nice, Jacob. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad. And yeah, he always like dark meta. Yeah, he always doesn't break out character. He just has a magical, enchanting presence. You know, always. Right. I remember they had so many of his old girlfriends come over to the trial, and we made memes out of those people. We made memes. Yeah, that was just, and I don't regret it. I'm glad that I saw it all.
How do you do, sir? Oi, oi. You see that? Listen.
Yeah, thank you, SC Wolverines. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed it. And I believe you did, of course. And I hope you have a very blessed, wonderful day. In Jesus' name, amen. And I'll see you at ABL. If you go.
What do you think? Hello, lovely. How do you do? Hey. Go. Thank you. Do you know these people? Should we trust them? He stole a gold coin from me. Hello. What is your name, sir?
This is adorable. Like, it's so great that this man does this.
Alright. Carla. I can't spell that, I'll be honest with you. Why do you?
Yeah, well, S Wolverines, peace be upon him. Dark Meta, thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for sending that. I'm saving this. Like, I'm gonna show this on other streams in the future to other audiences. Oh my god, this was beautiful. I always smile, I'm always in a good mood, but this really put a smile on my face. There's like hope in humanity. Oh, it's not the full version. Well, I would like to see the full version. I would really enjoy that. And we're going to review... I'm going to look at some scenes from the Johnny Depp trial. And it'll be that. And I'll tell you right now... There's all kinds of information blowing up on the phone right now about the Johnny Depp thing. I mean, not the Johnny Depp thing, about the Submarine, the Titan chat. YouTube's blowing up all over. Everybody's uploading a video about it. So we got a lot of content to cover in the future. He does have a heart of gold. Amen. Yeah, he's really cool. And she was so sly, so sneaky, so, you know, such a bitch, really. But he is gold. He really is. He is the gold. He is Aztec gold. He's worth more than that. And also the heart of the ocean and more than that chest. Okay, thank you, Cyber Chick, for that update. Thank you for the information. Oh yeah, I want to meet him too. You know, I would love to meet him. Like, I fought for him on the front lines. And that's one of the reasons why, although I like pirate stuff anyway, and the history behind it and all, but I have a pirate flag on my house, and the American flag too, of course. And like, remember that victory, and we had an amazing time with me and Chad had that, and I would love to meet him over that, and then just in general for being who he is in the movies he did. Yeah. Now, this thing is a little worn out, but my senior year, I like wearing necklaces, especially my senior year, and although I have no problems with hip-hop and rap, but some people, kind of like at my school, they try to do things with that, and I had a different style. I liked more of a European style of things, and this thing's a little bit worn out, but I remember my old girlfriend liked it, and this is a replica of the Aztec gold from the Pirates of the Caribbean, and it's a little bit dirty. It's been worn in many years, but yeah, the chain, I wore it at school. My girlfriend loved it. Everybody thought it was cool. Good memories. Remember when I did my business stuff in high school and my senior year. And this brings good memories. I wore that. Good necklace. And that's the Aztec gold. From the movie. Yeah. Yeah. 21 Jump Street was good. I saw the reruns. It was like 2019 or 2018 or like right when it became 2019. I remember the moon was like right out this window. Right here. Okay? Like right there. I looked out that window. And the moon was a certain way. It was like on its side. It was a crescent. But it wasn't a regular crescent. It was like weird looking. And I was watching the 21 Jump Street all day long. It was a really cool show. I really liked it. And it was nice. Good memories. Yeah. I liked it. Oh, wow, that's very cool about the hospital in Canada, Cyber Chick. That's very cool. Put it on the other screen? Okay. Okay, and now remember, it has some food on it or something, because it wasn't used in a while, and it didn't come off, because I didn't have to go wash it, but, alright, chat. Alright, chat. So here we go, show and tell again. Here we go. This is the Aztec gold. And it's a model of the Aztec gold from the pirate movie. It's a necklace I wore in high school. My senior year, rather. Yeah. You'll be able to see that a little bit better. Alright. Alright. And see what chat's reaction to that is. And yeah, British Columbia. Yeah, that's interesting. see. All right. And I put that on the screen and I'd like to see your thoughts on that, how that came out. Oh yeah, I remember Gilbert Grape. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? That was a good movie. I saw pieces of it. You're welcome, Stranded Lifeform. I'm glad that, y'all liked it. Time's getting close. My girlfriend at school, when I was in school, she read the book. She was reading the book. She liked reading books a lot. Right. Let's look at this for a little bit. Yeah, Judge Penny. Wrong screen. Wrong screen. Alright, we'll look at this for a little bit. And anything y'all want to see or show me, I'll be glad to look at it or talk about. Alright. One thing, does chat like the beach? Like, I'll tell you about the beach. I got stung by a jellyfish one time. Like, I was in the water, and the jellyfish was, like, hanging out, and it stung me, and it felt really weird. I was kind of uncomfortable. It was on my leg.
Sorry, my microphone was off. I'm sorry, Judy. I got it.
Some quite heinous and disturbing, brought these disturbing criminal acts against me that were not based in any species of truth. It was a complete shock that it just didn't need to go in that direction, as nothing of the kind had ever happened, though the relationship, there were arguments and things of that nature, but never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. And so at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media and social
I think it's so cool how he has all those rings. That's really cool.
media, became quite a global uh, let's say, quote unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up not only for myself.
You're feeling bloated, constipated, and like you're carrying that weight all in your stomach. It's time to get that
In that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16, and so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear my name for the sake of, well, for many reasons, but I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing.
He is so good at like keeping his composure and saying his thoughts. Like he is excellent at that. I think like he presented himself flawlessly. He did very well.
That they were having to read about their father which was untrue.
Imagine all the slander that this dude went through. And I remember I was there. Like I remember this. And it was just terrible what he went through. Yeah, he's American and like, let's see, I think French Canadian. But also he has an accent because of the other movies, like the pirate movie and stuff. But yeah, that's a good point, Stranded. Like, he's part French Canadian, but he's American. And he has an accent because of the pirates.
And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time, I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems, anything like that. And I had met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to even give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth. My goal is the truth because it killed me that people that I had spoken with, that I had met with over the years, who maybe were in a not such a great position and they needed advice, and I gave them the best advice I could. All I could think of was that those people would think that I was a fraud and that I had lied to them. And so I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, which were criminal charges. And they just weren't true. So I felt the responsibility of clearing the record as the only way that I could get to the point where I could speak has really taken this full 6 years. And
Yeah, I mean, this was a very terrifying thing this dude went through. Exactly, Strand Lifeform, because we knew that when we were in chat that he had to be very careful, and he was choosing his words because they were just ready to pick on something, and he did very well.
in 6 years of trying times, it's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. And I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty. I pride myself on truth. Truth is the only thing I'm interested in. Other lies will get you nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm
Exactly, Dark Meta, and that's what he does, and that's the best, thing to be. I agree. Yeah, that makes sense. Strand Lifeform, yeah, I totally see your point, because, they wronged him and they dropped him like nothing. Yeah, and they were in the wrong. I totally agree.
with the truth, and so today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
Mr. Depp, how do you feel about the intimate details of your life being aired in this process?
As a father, raising kids, when they were very, very little, it was important to me, very important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to come up here and stand before you, or sit before you all, and spill the truth is quite exposing. And it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard, it's exposing for, it never had to go in this direction. And so
Exactly, Jacob. Because the media is very malicious and savage, and they're up to no good. yeah, like, I totally agree with you. And deep is like, messages because it's factual. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's how you know he's honest. You would know honesty by a couple of different reasons, but that's how you know he's being straightforward here.
I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can you please tell the jury in your own words about your childhood upbringing?
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved, in which we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just...
Pull on it hard, Jordan. Hard!
Camera rolling. 3, 2, 1.
Action!
My mom had this, her feet were on fire and she had to move, so we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She was she had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be.
Yeah, he had a really tough upbringing. I remember this. Yeah, you're right, Dark Meta. That is very effed up. Fucked up, yes.
With all of us, that is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, also my father. So, essentially, she could become quite violent, and she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, it hits you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy. So in our house, we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The only thing that one could do, really, was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up and somebody was going to get it.
Yeah, that's a really traumatic situation. And he knew before it was gonna happen, and then imagine the trauma that he went through with Amber Heard on top of that. That was just crazy. And yeah, Dark Meta, I went through it with family too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with you, Dark Meta.
Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
The various categories, I suppose.
See, like, how uncomfortable he is when he, like, remembers it. It's like, it's so, like, you could feel the emotion.
There's physical violence, of course. There's physical abuse, to which she was. That was a constant. That was just a constant, you know. We were all somewhat shell-shocked, you know. Even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying. You know, making fun of whatever defect, you know, one might have. You know, if my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and he had his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, you know, and my mother despised my father's parents, and my grandmother's name was Violet, and every now and again you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut, psychologically, emotionally, but we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare thing in my eye, as the back of the lens is spherical. Normally, is spherical. So in this eye, it isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it.
Yeah, when I was little, I had something like that with the eye patch on the eye. I had that too. It's like a tan thing, and they put it over the eye. Yeah, I remember it. For Halloween, I just like put a pirate eye patch on. But yeah. So an analysis looking up that there was a body language analyst on you saying, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because they're taking things out of context. You're absolutely right, Student Life Forms. Because, like, he was relieving a bad memory because of trauma, right? And, yeah, because that's what they do. It's called a straw man argument. Like, it's like beating up a straw man. It's like you make a scarecrow and beat it up, and I'm like, oh, look at me, I'm strong. It's like, that's basically what they're doing with that. It's just silly taking things out of context. Exactly.
Would cease to wander with it was exercising the muscles of the eye. Though the brain had never learned to see, so I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But
I'm not legally blind. I just had some eye problem one time when I was younger. But yeah, I understand this, like the eye thing. That's what my point was.
so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain.
That's so heartbreaking.
And the physical pain, you learn to deal with. You learn to accept it. You learn to deal with it.
Yeah, I didn't have a lazy eye. It just wasn't as strong as the other eye, to make it clear. So I had the eyesight wasn't as good as the other eye. That's why I had the eye patch. But I didn't have the lazy eye, though. But that's interesting about the lazy eye. Thanks for sharing that life form.
Psychological and emotional abuse. That's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way.
Same here, Dark Meta. Same here.
And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent toward my father, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. He amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. There was...
Wow, wow. That's very moving. What this man has been through. Like, Amber Heard has no empathy, in my opinion.
For one moment, never a moment when my father lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far, that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her. Never.
I noticed that too, Dark Meta. You can see it in his face. Microphone. So, update Border Patrol. Making illegals take out their shoelaces. Oh, wow. And having running background on Rebel. Thanks. Alright, you're welcome, Cyber Chick. Good, nice multitasking while you fight for the country. Thanks. Oh wow, Stranded Lifeform. That's very unfortunate that you went through that. There's a lot of messed up people in the world. And, you know, this is why it's important to talk about these topics. You know, in these mental health situations. And I think that it's good that it's shared, and like I've had things happen with me with people, and not like you're talking about, but other things in a different way. And I understand, especially psychological abuse. Yeah, it's like the mental scars are deep. Yeah, because there's some really messed up people out there. Yeah, it's real terrible that they have these messed up people in the world. You know, but they will have their day. And thank you for sharing that. Stranded Lifeform, thank you. Sending you some little things.
Argued with her. He remained a gentleman, and to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't, you know. He was able to maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand, but yeah, 2-3 times at tops. You know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was never. My father was not an abusive man.
Now we get to see the final side-by-side of what your before and after look like. Wow.
At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue. Because if he argued with what she wanted done, that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But
you can hear the pain in this man's voice. You know, like, you can hear the pain. Yes, Dark Meta. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I agree, a stranded life form, and that is traumatic from what you went through and what Johnny went through, and he has to say this in the stand. I remember watching it live, and he really was uncomfortable, and I think he handled himself exceptionally well. Yeah, Dark Meta. You know, I understand. That is harsh. And I think that, you know, children shouldn't be hit. I don't think they should be hit. Yeah, it's not right to do that to children, in my opinion. You know, my family didn't believe in that. I remember one time I was in Mississippi during Katrina, and there was like a school there, and they're saying they spank kids, and my family was like, he's not gonna go there. We're just gonna. So they drove me from Mississippi to Metairie, New Orleans. You know, every day, like just different states, because this place was knocked out. So yeah, and I had some teachers that were kind of weird to me. You know, that were like psychologically abusive, but like, yeah, it's terrible. What Johnny went through, and yeah, and I think that it's terrible in general for anyone to go through this. In Johnny's story, and you'd see it in his face, the pain. Right.
interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, you know, the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her, you know.
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left for, I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, "Listen, seems as though..."
If you travel often, you should try this custom tech suit. It's made with tech fabric with 4-way stretch.
"Though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet." And he said, "Yeah. He said, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man now." And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine.
I think it's important to have discipline if it's done correctly. I'm not even saying hitting somebody, like discipline in general. And also, I see your point, sharing life form. Yes, that would be better sharing life form than what they're talking about here. Yes. Yeah, I just think it's just terrible, like what he went through, and how with the dad and the beatings and all. Wow, that's just the psychological damage is that's crazy.
One afternoon I woke up, I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother, very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind?
No, you can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there's drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and 2 paramedics came in and threw her on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. She had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital,
Like, I don't believe in spanking and stuff, but I know there's like different levels of it. And yeah, dark meta, that's a good point. Right. I see.
depression was so deep. She was down to like, she lived on the couch and she weighed about 70 pounds. And that, all that imagery spun into my head at that time, that I thought that was a very, in my head at the time, I thought that that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later where I asked him what really happened, how did it happen when I was older. And he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
I'll say, like, I was never spanked, and I came out fine. But discipline is important. But there are many ways to the top of the mountain, in my opinion.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel about your father when he left?
I was very disappointed in him because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't, when he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye, goodbye, Bob, see you later, Pop, that was it. Until I learned the truth from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children. When my girl Vanessa got pregnant, I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know.
I've been
Clearly, that could kill you. So I would ease them away from things of that nature with a more of a conversation as opposed to a you know, a flat out don't you ever do that again and threats and things of that nature. I did not raise my children that way. Nor did Vanessa. We never raised our voices in front of our children, ever.
How do you think your experiences with your parents in your childhood affected your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
I'm sorry, one more time?
How did your experiences observing your parents as a child affect your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
Well, in the beginning of my relationship with Miss Heard, there was, from what I recall and what I remember, she was it was as if she was too good to be true. She was attentive, she was loving, she was smart, she was...
Alright, chat. I'm gonna get into this. Okay, so, interesting discussion going on in chat. I'm gonna address. So... yeah, with the... yes, a strand life form, that is a good point. And I think, like, what we're talking about here is that there's different levels. So if somebody was being abusive, like the Johnny Depp's mother, and other forms of things like that, but right, you're talking about a mild thing, it's understood. Understood. And compared to what you went through, yes. And as long as nobody's being abused to either extent, like there's various degrees of it, so as long as it's something is being done to discipline somebody and it works and it's understood, it is what it is. But I do, with the spanking, as I said, I don't know because I'm not in every single situation, and I think that if there could be other ways of getting the point across, that would be preferable, but you know, some people may get out of hand, I understand. But yeah, so there's different levels of it. And you're right, like a little swat is not compared to that. That's understood. But you know, every single situation is different. Like on the spaceship, I have like a lot. Oh, I was looking at chat for a moment. Yeah, so on the spaceship, like when the aliens come and they get some moon rocks from Brandon and Hunter, I have to be like real stern and like, no, we're not going to accept that here. And there has to be discipline on the spaceship so they don't accept moon rocks from Brandon. So, but I understand your point. And there's like he's thinking, we're thinking of something different than what you're thinking. Like they're both on the same track, but thinking of different things. Right. Right. And yeah, the dictatorships fail. Yeah, they sure do. They sure do. All right. I'll say this has been a great conversation. And we're gonna go a little bit more with this clip.
And she was funny, she was understanding, and we had many things in common, certain blues music and, well, music, literature, things of that nature. So for that year or year and a half, it was amazing. There were a couple of things that, I don't know, stuck in my head that I noticed that I thought might be a little bit of a
But I'll say
dilemma.
I don't agree with spanking. Is what I'm saying. Like no, I don't agree with spanking. There's better ways of getting the point across, in my opinion. But I understand comparing mountains to molehills. I understand the comparison, but a molehill is a molehill. All right. Anyway.
At some point. For example, if I worked quite a lot, and when I would come home from work, I would come in the house or the hotel, and she would sit me down on the couch and give me a glass of wine and take my boots off, set them to the side, and I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I just never thought I just never experienced that before. And it became a regular thing that she did, this kind of routine. And I remember one night I came home from work, and I think she was on the phone or something, or busy. She was doing something, and so I sat down on the couch and I took my boots off, and suddenly Miss Hurd approached with this look on her face and she just said, "What did you just do? What did you do?" So, what do you mean? You took your boots off. I said, "Yeah, yes, I did. You were busy, No, that's my job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that." Okay, all right then. And then she said, "Let me get you a glass of wine." And she brought me the glass of wine.
Even with the pool, you can see the new growth there. This company might have just cured baldness. Too.
But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out. And then within a year and a half, she had become this another person almost.
Yeah, that is very insane how she did this to him and how weird she acted. And it's like living around a zombie or some kind of maniac. Like, his whole life was like a horror movie. And he showed so much love and kindness to so many people. Yeah, thanks Cyberchick for updating us about the border. And yeah, Latino, you're absolutely correct. They're just getting all this free stuff, and the American people are not benefiting from it. Y'all are right, and it's good that Cyberchick has been consistently updating us the whole time. Alright. Exactly, Latina. Exactly. That's what they're doing. They are. Alex Jones is very correct. Yes, as usual. All right. Let's see. Chat. I'm getting there. Yeah, that's right, Latina. You're correct. And I'll get to Stranded Lifeform. So, yeah, like in a situation like that, that's fine. And I've been tapped before. That's alright. We're talking about something kind of different. With different people in a different situation. But, yeah, like in that kind of situation, I understand. You know, both sides have good points. Like, we're kind of talking more about, like, Johnny Depp's mom type people. And I think the border thing's just terrible, what's going on down there. And I think that it's very good to know what's going on. Wow. Alright. I'm going to continue this for a little bit more, and then I'm going to close the stream down. Alright.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Miss Heard in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
I ended up acting by accident. I was a musician and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my band when I was 20 years old. And then there were a couple of things that happened in the band where the band split up, and I remember I was filling out job applications, and then Nick, with a friend of mine who happens to be, he was an actor, less known than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any, video stores, clothing stores, anything, just to be able to pay the rent. And Nick Cage said, why don't you...
Nicolas Cage is a really cool people. I like watching the National Treasure and different things he did, and that's really cool that he was with him. And yeah, I remember that. Like, I remember things from people that with Johnny, like, he started off small and got bigger. And yeah, like, this was very interesting. I remember when this happened. And yeah, I agree. It's unfortunate Stranded Lifeform that you went through that. Yeah. And facts. Facts chat. As usual. And soon I'm going to end it. And this was an amazing stream. I'm not ending it this moment, but like, it's an amazing stream. We talked about a lot of things tonight.
Meet my agent, because I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said, I'll meet anybody, I'll do anything at this point. And so he sent me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. And they brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven. And I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was a musician. But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, and then I did some other couple of dumb movies because
Brain fog.
That's all from your diet.
Yeah, it's all from your diet.
So how do you stop that?
Stop eating plants.
Still, in my mind, I was a musician, and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. It was foreign to me, but I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a naturally, normally, I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got on the series and my life started to change in various ways, that is to say that people started to, you go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it, and I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting and incredible, to see this again. How these people, like Johnny Depp, and what he went through, and he didn't complain. He just went and just made something out of himself, and became successful out of his pain. And Dark Meta said some very good points. Very good job in chat. Right, and it's getting scary here, and they're taking over the USA. Yep, they're coming everywhere, and Multiplicity is supporting this crap. And thank you, Alien. Appreciate it. Okay, you're welcome, Cyberchick. All these people coming across the border, hard telling what they're about, and they're good people looking for a better life. Very bad criminal. That's first. Yep. I agree, Dark Meta. We do need him. We do need Trump. Right. And I will continue this Johnny Depp, reviewing the Johnny Depp trial. I'm going to make more live videos about this and complete this video. And about the border situation, I'm glad that she told us what's going on at the border. And it's a very dire situation, and high treason is going on here with the border, and I'm glad that she's informed us this whole time about it. And I'm thankful for... Yes, Dark Meta, I agree. And I'm 25, so the time I've been alive. So, and I'm thankful for chat, and this was a great night. We talked about the Titan, we talked about Johnny Depp and various different things, and I'm glad that all you were here. And yeah, so chat was awesome tonight. I'm glad everyone got to come and stay up. There's like little alien spaceship slumber party. And I'm letting everybody know I'm about to end the stream. Alright. And I'm thankful for all of you that have come and passed through. And yeah, and it's good that we're exposing the border, and other people have done that as well. Now I'm going to switch it over to the other window. Yeah, and nice blue light. Yeah, I'm thankful for all of you that came here and the things that we talked about. And I'm very blue looking right now. And I'm going to continue that video that you just saw of Johnny Depp, and I'm going to look at more Johnny Depp trial videos and other topics, and the Titan, and when more stuff comes out about the Titan, we'll do it. And yeah, chat is based as fuck. Yes, it is. And I'm going to make the official message here. Alright. So, goodbye everybody. Everyone has a great, blessed Saturday. And more, I will review this Johnny Depp thing more and more. So the next stream, I'm going to continue the video that I just paused. Alright. Goodbye.